Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's been a while. It's been a while, but we're back here with the Yeti Webcam Weekly. So thank you so much for joining me. So welcome, Mr. Valkyrie, here for the first time. We're testing out some new casters. You seemed like a fantastic opportunity to be joining us today. So do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, of course. I want to start off by thanking everyone for having me out here. My name is Valkyrie. I am a content creator for Grand Archive on YouTube. I make a bunch of content, being community-oriented, gameplay videos, things like that. And I'm jumping into the commentator sphere, and I want to go ahead and share some of my knowledge and experience with you all, and hopefully you can stick with us.
Yeah, so if you, again, like Valkyrie said, if you guys don't know, make sure to follow him on YouTube, subscribe to his channel. It does a lot of gameplay videos, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of fun decks. I've seen a couple pretty interesting decks in the videos that you guys put on. But speaking about fun decks, we have some pretty fun decks to start out with today. We have the one and only People's Champion himself, Jimmy Lee,
Indeed.
versus Joel.
Well, and a little bit of a weird match to start us off here, where you have Wind versus Wind, Tony
Wind is
and
so meta.
Lorraine.
Tristan's OP, but there's no Tristan here. Kick. Yeah, so starting off with this, Wind Lorraine, it kind of looks pretty standard, like a mid-range Lorraine Crux build. Anything notable you saw on the deck list you want to talk about?
So the deck list is looking pretty standard. It's going to be a level 3 package heading into Crux using the classic wind of Dungeon Guide, Academy Guide, and Protection like Zephyrs and Reclaims. One thing I do find interesting is the fact that we're running 4 Cell Vanguards in a pretty much a list that doesn't really have a lot of automatons in it. I'm assuming it's because of those 2 turbocharges we do see main board.
I'm a really big fan of Turbocharge. Turbocharge such a strong. I mean, it's Pot of Greed. Sacrifice Power Cell draw too feels very good in that regard. But on the other side, we see Jimmy Lee's deck. Now, Jimmy Lee's deck is something that we can always talk about because it's unique, it's interesting. We're gonna see a windmill imbue here from Joel, pretty classic. So he's gonna imbue with a windmill and a Cell Vanguard, so he does have that potential level 1 floating available. But yeah, if you want to just quickly go over Jimmy's deck list, there's a couple fun and unique things about it.
Yeah, so we're looking at a Wind Tenoris heading into Neos. And same sort of package in Wind where you have a fast level up with Academy Guys, Dungeons, Beseech the Winds. But we also have a interesting dig engine with Rally the Peasants. Running 2 of those in the main board, probably hoping to find maybe their Cordelia or the Dungeon Guides to get that fast level 3. Along with we have Hurricane Sweeps. We are seeing a lot of decks running cleave cards now because how prevalent allies are, and even people who can't take advantage of the class bonus, just Lorraine at this point, are still trying to fit these into some sort of advantage.
Yeah, looking at the Academy guides here, I feel very comfortable about it. We see the windmill engineer reclaim kind of engine. So having an Academy guide out, there's not a lot of pressure to kill that. So we see Jimmy Lee with taunt on Tenoris. Moves to recollection, draw. What are we gonna see here? Do you think he goes for a rally? Do you think he's gonna play another Academy guide?
I think the safest bet is to double up on the Academy guides. It's going to be a guaranteed level 2. You're not really going to be worried about getting that 2 attack on Tenoris level, or 3 attack on Tenoris level 2, just by the fact that your deck you're playing against clearly hasn't shown they're flooding the board with allies, so you're not going to really care that you're missing it. And there we go.
There it is. Academy guide number 2. Value's gonna be pretty good. The taunt on Tony will help protect that. So we would need to see something like a Dream Fairy on the other side to stop that, which is possible. But man, it feels so bad like playing windmill, losing the windmill, right? Because like when you reclaim, you end up going +1 and you get the card back.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Jimmy Lee attacked into the Windmill Engineer. Usually when players play that turn 1 and pass and have cards in hand, it's a guaranteed they're going to reclaim or Zephyr or something to go ahead and keep that card on the field. But no, nothing. Additionally, something that you should look out for here is the damage that Jimmy's going to be stacking up with these Academy guides. They are going to be small little pings of damage here and there, but in his specific list, this will matter because he'll be winning by incremental damage on his final swing. Like that 1 and 2 damage early game will really make a difference.
Yeah, because he's playing Creation's Will, so that means that like every time a token summoned, he'll be most likely creating a sword with that. So like getting that early damage. Whoa, wait, Dungeon Guide 1 to 2, potentially going for a Hurricane Sweep.
Yeah, there are Hurricane Sweeps in this deck list, and it looks like in order to counteract that taunt, we're just attacking everything at once.
Well, we are actually going to see Hurricane Sweep, so it's going to be everything down for the Hurricane Sweep in for 4 here.
Oh.
Favorable wins. Is it going to be enough? Oh, he's a little greedy. He claimed Hurricane Sweep without the sword. So he came in for 3 instead of for 4.
That's one of those examples.
Wait, no. He did come in with a sword. Wait a minute.
Well,
shouldn't wait. I'm confused. Wasn't that so?
2 from Lorraine, 1 from the sword, 1 from the sweep.
Yeah. Favorable wins shouldn't be enough to keep them alive, unless he played 2 and I missed the first one.
You only saw 1 being played from here. We do have that Tony leveling up here, so we may need to have someone check in on this table, because this Tony may
be sending off Andy into the thing. Oh, we're gonna see Beseech the Winds. He's gonna go straight into level 3. So this is what I was talking about with the Academy Guide. Beseech the Winds here is like super strong value.
That is understandable. It is a better dungeon guide at that point, only losing 1 card. And we are into Creation's Will, as you stated, so we are going to be making tons of swords here. Some of the cards that we can have token generation from is going to be that Backup Charger, Cordelia, Atmos, type Ares, and I believe that's it. Just 3 sources.
I think Backup Charger might be the only other source of a token that can be created that could be made into a sword.
Yes, you are correct on that one. Oh, nope, yep, that just those. So kind of small
Ares,
pickings.
Cordelia, and then I mean, it's still decent, right? Because Cordelia makes 2, Ares makes 2. So anytime you resolve one of those, you get 2.
Consistent swings for 6 each turn. And looking at the HP, going to be playing against Lorraine, that's 28. So you at least want 4 of variations, combinations of the cards listed in order to try and secure that game.
It makes me wonder if I think what I think happened is that the Hurricane Sweep was for 3 and the durability was forgotten to be removed from a previous attack. Well, there shouldn't have been a previous attack where there was a usage of the sword, right?
Because it was Lorraine level 1 into Dungeon Guide 2. And we see a Zephyr on Dungeon Guide, meaning
Zephyr on Dungeon Guide, 2 Windmill Engineers, so we're going to see Lorraine Spirit Ruler.
And that was post-attacking and everything, so trying to just match
I think that was missed. It's definitely too far, but we'll verify that between games to make sure things are good.
Oh, and we have an Ascension bringing up Prismatic. What are some of the targets we're hitting here? In this deck list, we're just looking at mono wind, no water or fire cards, so there's not going to be much looping, just going to be resource denial.
Yeah, just going to be taking away resources from Jimmy. It's not going to do too much. Even if he does triple Ascension him, to get rid of all 3. Whoa, Nullifying Lancer now early is actually really good here for Jimmy.
Putting major respect on the Cruxite.
Yep, deny the Cruxite is pretty valuable. Well, like you said, the damage coming in from these academy guys, right? He's swinging in for 1, 2. Being able to chip down 5 damage strictly from the academy guys adds up pretty quickly.
Indeed, it does. And additionally, Joel really doesn't want to remove those academy guides, wasting big attacks into them. They're just 1/3s. They've already done their job, so it's not really a important move to get them off the board. So they're going to be there for quite a bit unless Joel gets another Hurricane sweep. Checking players' influences here. Jimmy's looking at a strong about 5 influence, while Joel's chilling at 2, about to be up to 3. Now, with the Terrafring being grabbed by Joel, just going to be playing very defensively. Crux Lorraine has a lot of options inside that deck to go ahead and draw back up. We have one of the best cards printed, Ghost Pendragon, putting a Regalia back, drawing those 2, along with Crux Sight being able to cycle, although granted now it's shut down from grabbing anything from the graveyard. So Joel's not in a bad position. Health totals are very even for both these players. Tenoris being slightly above edge with that extra 2 HP. It will come. Oh, and speak of that, we do have that Ghost of Pendragon putting away the sword.
Ghost of Pendragon comes in, swings 3 into the academy guide, killing that. So the chip damage from Jimmy Lee will be lowered a little bit. We're going to see Grand Crusader's Ring. No backup charger yet because he does have cards. Not enough cards in his memory to do a pre-recollection. Or in his hand, sorry, to do it pre-recollection.
One thing to really consider at Jimmy's deck list, why he chose the Tenoris Creation's Will instead of the other one, is it's already been 2 recollection steps that he's passed by on this level 3. If he was on the domain route, he would have had 2 domains, been able to start creating Aurastol swords on his own and prevent some of this damage. So we really got to wager and see if this kind of strategy he's going for with the big sword swing every other turn or every turn would be more valuable than having those domains with a benefit every turn.
Yeah, I think for Jimmy it feels more like a preference of playstyle. I believe that's like Cordelia. It's 5 down for a Cordelia is going to bring out 2 swords here instead of the automaton drones with buff counters. Cordelia's kind of good, right? You play Cordelia, you swing for 3, you're able to swing with Tony and then sack the sword, get 9 damage in a turn if you were to attack in this situation. But I believe Terrafring was popped.
Yes, I do believe so. A lot of players do signify that cards are active abilities by putting them sideways, sort of pushed up in the board. I see that a lot with Poison Dagger, Terrafring. It's also very helpful on webcams for everyone who's playing out there. But no swings, the hand extending for the pass.
Yeah, not enough cards to get through the Terrafring, sadly. We're gonna see one of the really nice things though is Win doesn't really have a lot of ways to deal with these swords, right? They're not regalias, they're not allies, so Zephyr doesn't actually target them.
Yeah, they are protected. There's only 2 cards, I believe, and they're not in Wind that will get rid of this. So
You
these
can do
swords are here to
you can do
stay.
a purse as well, but I think it's pretty unlikely to see someone playing purse plus distance in a Win Lorraine Crux build.
Just having to go negative just to try and remove a sword from your opponent's side of the board. And I think, yeah, I don't think Purse makes it into Win Diana lists much. It's a lot of work for something that cards can do better.
So looking back into the Hurricane Sweep turn, if you look at the stream, what happened was Joel removed the durability at the end of his Oh, interesting. Jimmy's tapping both of the swords, using them as resources here, since you can have reservable on all tokens, and reclaiming the Cordelia. That's like a really neat effect of having Cordelia on the field, is that you can utilize your resources that you wouldn't normally be able to utilize, and then gain extra value from that.
That's such a very good heads-up play from Jimmy, taking advantage of the full text box of Cordelia. A lot of people do forget that token objects gain reservable, and that's you look like you're tapped out with one card in hand, but
Yeah, so sorry, like going back to that level 2 turn with the Hurricane Sweep, since we don't have the audio of the game and the durability counter on the sword was removed at the end of turn and end phase, I think we can probably assume that it was announced incorrectly. It was announced as Hurricane Sweep with Lorraine without the sword for 3, which is why it was allowed on both sides. Because I can't imagine Jimmy would have used a favorable wins if Joel had said Hurricane Sweep for 4.
that's a very valid point. It's probably maybe a little jumping the gun on Joel's end, just declaring a couple of things and not really considering the fact that there could be a combat trick on Jimmy's end to save the Academy guides.
Yeah, it was just strange that he lowered the durability at the end of the turn afterwards, which technically shouldn't have happened. Should have remained at 2. But it's a little bit tougher to manage everything on webcam.
It is, and it's one of those things that both players' responsibilities in a webcam game to make sure the game state is kept as cohesive as possible. You can't just automatically raise your hand and yell "judge" like you can in person, and it's just a helpful thing for you and your opponent to make sure everything is declared properly, and you take your time to go through the flow, the steps. Don't really shortcut it much on webcam since there's a lot of moving parts. It looks like
Yeah, I
Jimmy.
I did try to jump in there, but being on a different setup, unable to navigate to Discord fast enough to get in the room to kind of stop the game. But have it ready in case anything comes up for future games. So I don't know, Jimmy looking like potentially a kill turn here. How do we find lethal here? We know he has a Cordelia in his hand. He has, I believe, like 8 influence.
Looking like 7. Uh, one card in hand after the
Seven or 8
Cordelia.
here.
Yeah.
Do we see a stifling trap?
So this is 12 damage off swords, 3 from Cordelia. So we're looking at a 15 damage swing, not near lethal. That's about half the life of Lorraine.
Yeah. We also have one more from the Academy guide. She cut off on halfway on the screen there, but
Yep.
she is there still, guys. She is still there, ready to swing. That Academy guide's put in like I think 4 or 5 damage this game.
Yeah, you're totally right. I believe that is damage 5 from Academy guides. One of them did fall last turn, but this one's hanging in there.
If Jimmy Lee has 1 card in hand and has 4 reservable swords, what do you think it is? Reclaim?
Reclaim would be a very good option. I'm also thinking it can be maybe just one of. Oh, if they had the cleave card though, like Blade of Creation and Wind or Hurricane Sweep, this probably would have been the turn to play it. It could be a Veiling Breeze, honestly, with 5 cards down for
Ooh,
playing that
Veiling would be pretty
Cordelia.
good. Veiling Breeze. Displace is alright.
Because Jimmy
What
is
else?
looking down a lot of damage here if there is a Banner Knight drawn on Joel's end.
Yeah,
Just
Veiling Breeze would be really good, actually. It would give him a lot of protection from anything. Zephyr is an option as well. I mean, any defensive card he can play just due to the fact that he has the reservables. The only downside is if he reclaims, he won't be able to backup charge. Oh, turbocharge.
a free draw too, pretty much, for that power cell that's just hanging out on the board.
I love turbocharge. It feels so good in the current meta of the game.
It does. It's one of those where if you find it immediately and sacrifice that power cell to draw 2, it just feels so good. But even if you don't see it, it's not like you're so far behind. It's still a manageable pace. It just helps you accelerate a little bit further.
Yeah, I've been thinking about running like 2 or 3 of them instead of just the one of. Whoa, He's revealing a stifling. I thought he put the stifling trap right over the Pendragon. I was like, why is he stifling his own Pendragon? I am understanding now. Yeah, we really need to find what is like. It's basically just look for Banner Knights here. It's Banner Knights. Ascension is not really going to do a lot. We're not going to get damage out of that. We're strictly going to get. We're strictly going to get, card denial, and I don't think card denial is going to really stop Jimmy from killing anyone, knowing that the Cordelia is available on the board. So Terraforming popped. He's going to pay the 2 to swing with the Pendragon.
Yeah, Joel's just on the smack face plan. Once Tenoris is set up like Jimmy is, there's really nothing you can do for interaction, and instead you want to try and deal damage as fast as possible before they find that last bit of peace. If Jimmy draws an Ares here, I think this just seals the deal. I don't see
backup
a
charger. He's gonna backup charge with the swords.
We were just talking about what those swords can do, and backup charger is a brilliant example of something where you have no cards in hand. Backup charger is pretty much dead, but with Cordelia on the field, those swords pay their taxes.
The backup charge on Creation's Will is kind of crazy though, because you can whenever you summon a token, so you pay 3 backup charge, draw a card into memory, and then make a 3 damage sword, and you're like, oh, backup charge is a draw 1 and get 3 attack. Like it's pretty strong in this deck actually, and like normally that card is great. In this card, I feel in this deck it's like extra great.
I'd play a card that's pay 3, draw 1, deal 3.
Vermilion Decree is Vermilion Decree to win. Actually, it's deal 3 to face, draw a card, but it's better because your opponent doesn't draw a card either.
Jimmy's just building his own Vermilion Decree at home.
True. So if you're Joel here, you're most likely holding on to a Veiling Breeze, right?
That's the hopes.
I feel like Jimmy's respecting the Veiling Breeze, which is why he's building up all the swords so he can just cleave through it.
Just looking at it, though, Jimmy has 15 damage, which is he has lethal on board if there's no Veiling Breeze. So he's probably going to be trying to bait it out with these couple first swings. And Joel's going to have to play that Veiling Breeze as soon as that Cordelia goes in. Otherwise, it's going to be game.
Jimmy goes in first with the Academy guide to see if he can bait out the Veiling Breeze. So here it is, his Veiling Breeze. I don't think Jimmy has Incapacitate in the main or the side.
I think 6 wind. Ooh, 5.
Whoa! For 5, he's another Veiling Breeze, a Stifling Trap. The Spellbender is kind of whatever, and same with the Beseech, but everything else is kind of relevant here.
This is quickly take your notes as your opponent reveals their memory for Veiling Breeze. Gonna have to get past that second one next turn.
Yeah, Veiling Breeze is good. Unironically, though, I think Blade of Creation here, if you have it, or a Hurricane Sweep is not bad because you just clear all both the Pendragons and the Dungeon Guide. Even if you take the damage return, it's pretty good still. It's hard to say. Jimmy has so many cards in his hand. He could really have like a lot of different options here. Ares would be really nice, being able to get those shields to redirect.
The Ares would actually be very beneficial for Jimmy. Something that is not really considered a lot when you're the Tenoris player with 30 HP, but being at 16 against the board state Joel currently has presented, he is pretty much a Banner Knight plus 1 ally or a sword away from stealing this game without any defensive options on Jimmy's end.
Yeah, the other thing is Jimmy also has has 4 Veiling Breeze in his deck, so it's just going to be like Veiling versus Veiling, no in caps on either side, so it could be a bit of a slow match in terms of kind of defending and playing defensively.
And Jimmy does have the advantage with those great swords on the board. He could play full out, have everything down in memory except for 1 card, and still be able to veil, opposed to Joel, who's going to have to play a little bit more conservatively and smart with the cards they're putting down and cards they're keeping in hand.
Jimmy playing the Windmill Engineer and View with a Dream Fairy, and I believe that was a Dream Fairy, and I want to say a Beseech, but I'm not 100% sure. It was a Dream Fairy Beseech. He's asking his opponent to see what it was again. Or his opponent's asking to see what it was. So he's going to be swinging in here, taking out the rested Pendragon. Nullifying Lantern doing work. Yeah, people disrespect Nullifying Lantern, but man, that's such a good card. I'm so glad to see people bringing Nullifying Lantern back in their main boards.
Yeah, it's an interesting like ebb and flow when it comes to your material deck. Nullifying Lanterns were once known as the you must have it in at all times, Erupting's too crazy, Fire Lorraine's too crazy. And then we sort of hit that weird moment, end of FTC, start of MRC, where people are like, oh, maybe fire's not too bad. We should start, taking this out, putting a little bit more options in there. And then the water decks running Fracturized Lantern. Everyone's just like, we can't deal with this. There's really like once that lantern's fracturized, it's over. And then now coming into this meta where we're seeing a lot of water Nikos and stuff like that, lanterns back to being prevalent.
Both players digging for the win con here. So another Pendragon comes out, bouncing back to sort of Seeking. First swing with it. 2 durability makes it great. Able to get another Pendragon out, draw 2. Joel, what is Joel digging for here? What is the actual win con? Is it just Banner Knights?
Looking at this list, it's Pendragon Banner Knight, one of the old reliables, the bread and butter of Wind Crux Lorraine. You lose access to most of your, if not all your good attacks in fire, and you have too much utility to run in soul because it requires so many swords. So you're on that damage plan. Something to mention though, that there's not a single Phalanx Captain in this deck. So your burst turns with allies is much smaller than compared to like a normal ally level 3 Lorraine list.
Yeah, no Phalanx Captain is kind of weird to be honest. I guess maybe there's like an alternate win con attempt with like Cell Vanguards, but I don't know. It's hard to say because I feel like now that you mention it, I think the 4 Cell Vanguards theoretically should just be 4 Phalanx Captains, right?
Yeah, that's the Phalanx Captains gives you
Or like
uh,
Academy Guides, I guess would be the other option.
yeah, I believe the Beseeches are over the Academy guides, so just less humans in general. I still think the Phalanx Captain would be such a good fit for this deck. The Cell Vanguards are a very cheeky strategy and a combination, but when you get into these stally matchups against level 3 decks, you really want that damage push.
Oh, Windmill Engineer, Stifling Trap, and a Cell Vanguard. I guess just trying to find ways to fill the memory here with wind cards for the next Failing Breeze.
Yeah. And like here's just a hypothetical for you.
Oh,
Uh
Displace!
ooh,
Displace on the Cordelia.
that is too good.
Are we going to see a Stifling Trap in response to the Displace? I think we are.
Yeah.
So it's going to kill the Cordelia. No more reservables. Sad. Goodbye, Cordelia. Miss you. Oh, and Academy Guide's going bye-bye.
Joel was tired of taking damage from it.
Still having 2 cards in hand, though, is kind of nice, though. You know, we are 100% know we're going to see the Veiling Breeze. So he has 2 Stifling Traps, used one of them that we know of. We know he has a Veiling Breeze from earlier.
Opening up that hypothetical a little bit earlier, with the board state Joel has, we did see the memory was revealed with the Windmill Engineer was a Cell Vanguard. If that was a Phalanx Captain here, it would only cost 1, and the damage that Joel would be able to push would be backbreaking for Jimmy. So it's just one of those tech choices to think about as you're building the deck. And I'm very interested to see where the Cell Vanguard takes Joel, and hopefully in the next game we can see that strategy unfold.
Let's see. So 2 cards in hand here for Joel. We know it's a Veiling Breeze. If it's Veiling for, let's say Veiling for 6, right? Or Veiling, should we realistically maybe Veiling for 7?
Veiling for 7 is probably the best bet here.
Okay. So theoretically, we go Veiling for 7. Joel blocks 7. That means temporary HP of a block for a single attack is going to be 7 for the turn. So you need to deal 25 damage to Joel to kill him, which means you need to have 7 swords and Blade of Creation.
Which is super possible. And Ares right now would put you to your 7th sword, and then Blade of
Ares or
Creation would be...
Cordelia is lethal, right?
Yeah, and then Blade would be free.
I think he has it. I think Jimmy has it right now. So
Maybe
Smoke
just
Bombs
running...
with the favorable wins is a free draw one. Because Blade of Creation with the 2 extra swords out will just make Blade of Creation activation free. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
I think it's an Ares.
It's Rally.
It's Rally. Well, he's rallying for a Cordelia, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you, producer San, for putting up the white screen. The Jimmy Lee Classic. He plays a card, the Blinded by Heaven. Only God himself knows. A dungeon guide? I guess you have to add something to hand, right?
Yeah, might have been a complete whiff and just wanted to get a replacement value. The interesting part about that rally is even if Jimmy found the Cordelia, he could cast it off of the sword. Oh no, he couldn't. There's no Cordelia. I lied.
No Cordelia available, if only. Smoke Bombs, draw a card. The sad part would be if he like saw like 3 Ares in the rally and had to put all of them to the bottom.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, pass turn. Oh no!
Which means Jimmy is digging for something. A
There's no
Ares or
Blade of
Cordelia.
Creation for lethal. Oh noes.
And looking at the list, there's really no other way Jimmy can secure it without having 2 more tokens here on the board with that Blade of Creation. So it's a race, a matter of who can find their... Speak of it. There we are. Banner Night. Did you see how many cards Jimmy has in hand here?
I believe Jimmy should have, let's see, Rally Recycles, Smoke Bombs was a +1, Drew for turn. Could have 5 or 6 in hand. Could be Influence of 8 or 9.
And we're confident Jimmy has that Veiling Breeze here for this
Whoa.
swing.
Banner Knight, Veiling. Veiling for 4? Is Veiling for... He's another Veiling in his hand too.
Veiling Displace.
It was a Veiling Displace, I think a Dream Fairy and a Beseech. So if Joel doesn't have an Ascension to remove the Dream Fairy, does Jimmy just play the Dream Fairy on the Banner Knight to protect himself for another 2 turns? Well, actually, I guess he can't because he knows that Joel has a Stifling Trap as well.
Yeah.
Swift Recruit. Oh my gosh, humans. The Phalanx Captain value could be huge right now. Where's the Phalanx Captain?
In your time of need, where was your Phalanx Captain? Unfortunately, not in the list. So Jimmy, given a second life here. Oh, do we have life totals wrong? That Chalice of Blood was just cracked for 2.
I believe Jimmy's at exactly 20 from last turn.
Okay.
He was hit with a Ghost of Pendragon and I think the Windmill Engineer? I think that was it. I think he was at exactly 20 from before.
Okay, perfect. So with an additional 3 cards at the start of this turn, Influence looking around 8 or 9. Jimmy has to have it here, right? Can't be that unlucky with those draws.
I mean, the alternative to Jimmy not having it here is he Hurricane Sweeps or Blade of Creations, not for lethal, but clears the entire board and then Failing Breezes himself for damage.
Interesting, just to prevent that retaliation from... Isn't there 5 down? He joins us once more.
Cordelia, strong. Stifling Trap? Ooh. If he Stifling Traps, there are a lot of options that can be done here. Because she's already on the field, so tokens are reservable. So he can just tap 2 swords and then play like Displace or something.
No stifling.
Oh, no stifling. If he stifles, he can't Veiling Breeze, that's why.
Oh, with only 4 cards in hand.
Yep. Cordelia swings for 3, Veiling Breeze.
This is going to be such a smaller Veiling Breeze than last turn.
It's gonna be so funny if he taps all the swords and goes Hurricane Sweep with one sword. Hurricane Sweep with one sword that you've already used as a reserve will be so funny. Well, pass
Jimmy just
turn.
passed turn.
Dude, the swords are going crazy. There's so many swords. This game is actually going a lot longer than I thought. Neither player can actually kill the other one because they have Veiling Breezes, but no way to stop them. There's no incaps. Like Incapacitate's not available on either deck list. So this is this could go to a 1-0 game as a whole series.
It is a battle of attrition. Both decks want to get to level 3, stabilize the board, and then have one specific win con to take down their opponent. And they have plenty of defensive options between the two to prevent that. So nothing too cheeky. This is what you call a good old game of Grand Archive.
Something. Crux is fine. Sword of Avarice. Veiling Breeze for 1 million.
If Sword of Avarice was legal in this game, I do think Joel would have the advantage.
If he had a water card, it'd be like fake Sword of Avarice. Neg 1 for your opponent, draw 1 for yourself.
Yeah.
Veiling Breeze! Whoa!
This one's going to be for 6, hopefully. No,
Shocker! Only for 3! That's spooky.
Uh-oh. Jimmy, Banner Knight's on the field.
Jimmy's gonna take 1 from each of the Ghosts of Pendragon here. And then that's it? Just from the Pendragons? Do we see Pendragon number 4 for game? I think we do see Pendragon number 4. Surely we see Pendragon number 4 here.
We've been digging enough for it.
Pendragon for 1. Jimmy's at 22. See 22 to 13 now. He's hitting Cordelia for 2.
Not Cordelia.
Cordelia for 2. Swords being used as reservables. Oh, displace on the Cordelia. Okay.
Got a Stifling Trap here.
Stifling Trap. Yup. On the stack, tap 2 more for another displace.
Okay.
Goodbye, Cordelia. You'll be missed. Okay, so no more. So what? We've seen 2 Stifling Traps so far this game. Potentially could see a 3rd.
Correct. We've seen 2 played. There's 1 left in deck.
And there's 1 more on the sideboard. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. Safeguard Amulet. We're running out of things to materialize in this deck.
We just want to go ahead and get a card on the board, apparently, here.
I think he's actually unironically used everything except for
Blinding Orb.
I think Blinding Orb's the only one, right?
Yeah.
All right, we are on materialization number 11, guys. A rare situation where we get to here.
Jimmy counting the swords. We have 7.
7 swords. Blade of Creation for 1 billion. Oh, 3 down. Is that an Ares? That means 2 more swords. I'm gonna quickly double check here. I don't think Joel has any way to actually deal with swords. However, Cry for Help does exist. I don't think that's gonna matter in this matchup because Jimmy's just gonna play some sort of sweep. So 3 damage in means that
Dream Fairy.
Whoa, Dream Fairy targeting the Banner Knight? Is it another Stifling Trap? No way. Okay, this is where he goes Zephyr?
Displace.
So the interesting thing with Dream Fairy is that you do have to target, and then you target again on the next trigger. So the order of that does matter. Is he going to let it through? And then are we going to see a 3rd Veiling Breeze here for Joel? Oh, he's letting it die. Jimmy's so close to lethal. He's so close to like where he needs to be, but he's so far away at the same time. We have 21 damage on the field. Oh, Ares. Okay, the shields are out.
Was the Dream Fairy just a bait for the Stifling Trap?
I think the Dream Fairy might have actually been for the Swift Recruit because he doesn't have a way to get over it.
He has cracked smoke bombs prior. He no longer has a way to get around taunts.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Atmos Ares actually bringing out Atmos shields this time instead of bringing out swords. The shields are very, very helpful. You can redirect attacks. You can rest them to prevent non-combat damage. But we're gonna see Reclaim on the Swift Recruit. So Jimmy is gonna have to deal with another Interceptor again.
Do you think Joel's just grabbing the Prismatic Edge here? Because
He
why
is
else would you have that floating?
he's hitting him for 7 swords. Oh, no Veiling Breeze. He's just dead.
Oh.
He's just dead. So the Interceptor's removed. He has no cards in hand to play Veiling Breeze, and then Jimmy just says, "All right, cool. I'm gonna hit you for 7 swords. Take 21." And the Lorraine does not have health to stay 34. Even if you were Serene Spirit and you released, you would still die to exact lethal. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one way to get around it, right?
What an unexpected way for it just to abruptly end.
I really didn't expect it to end in a way without cleave being the main factor for damage, just because the cleave does add a little bit more overall. But I mean, at the end of the day, even if you see 3 or 4 Pendragons, you know, you see 1 Banner Knight, you don't draw the 3rd Veiling Breeze, you're going to die eventually.
And
Joel spent so much time trying to clear the board against Jimmy. Tried to kill the Cordelia like 4 times. Killed all the Academy guys. I think if he just pushed damage to face, he probably would have had it.
You're honestly very correct on that. 2 Academy guides died by Ghost of Pendragon swing, so that's 6 damage, and then we know 4 damage went into that Cordelia.
Yeah,
So
and he used 2 Stifling Traps to kill both Cordelias. So 2 Stiflings went into Cordelias, and then at least 2 other swings went into each of them. Has a lot of potential damage on field.
So we're going to be jumping into game 2. Players are sideboarding here. And one thing, we were talking about Jimmy with that Blade of Creation wanting that big cleave, but main board, there's only one. So I do believe that the second Blade of Creation from sideboard will be coming in favor, possibly over the Hurricane Sweep. If you do want to keep all 4, you could get rid of Enhancing Gale, as that's not going to be as effective in this matchup.
Yeah, and Chaining Gale for the suppress is like, it's cool. It's kind of like very niche. I really think that the Rally the Peasants might need to come out.
Yeah, in favor of a Resolute Stand. And maybe even that
honestly,
Dream
Tithe
Fairy.
is not bad against Wind Crux Lorraine as well. Tithe for the Blinding Orb is not bad.
Yeah, just makes another playable material as we have gotten to that late stage where everything was pretty much out of the deck. You just want a little bit more options. Jimmy felt like he would rather show the Safeguard Amulet for doing nothing. Possibly also scared of a dispersion on the Crux player's side. And then
What do we see on the other side? Resolutes.
11 here, we have Launch Reprograms, Resolutes, Cries. Cries might be a bringing in just to try and, in case Jimmy goes for the kill again without a cleave, Cries will be very helpful in preventing
He
that
never
big
showed a
sword.
cleave, right? That game, like he never showed it in memory or anything like that.
I believe you are correct. I don't think a single Hurricane Sweep was revealed on Jimmy's end.
Noel might actually bring in the Cry for Helps then if he didn't see like cleaves. Like surely he knows that Blade of Creation is an option, but like cleave on level 2 might be something he's not expecting.
Bring in the 3 Cry for Helps, possibly take out maybe some Cell Vanguards or the Beseech the Winds. like that.
Yeah,
I think
I
that
like.
fourth stifling trap as well, really
I really
important.
like the stifling track coming in. I think that the Dream Fairy is also pretty good. Resolute Stand is an option too, but I don't think he's gonna need anything else. Blanche reprogram, like Cry for Help is like if you're really afraid of like the single target swing. But I feel like when you see a like a Neos Tenoris, you're like, there's no way in the world this guy's not running 4 Blade of Creations. Which Jimmy doesn't, but you would normally think that, right?
Yeah, there's either Blade of Creations or the attack card that Smash with Obelisk are your two main Neos attack cards you always have to consider.
Yeah. Amorphous Strike was popular back when Heavy Swing was used more often, but now it's kind of whatever.
Uh, I do think though the Cry for Helps over the Resolute Stands would be the best choice. No, with the knowledge Joel gained from game one.
Windmill opener. Do you think he has to reclaim this game?
This game he does 100%. If you notice the way that Joel played this Windmill Engineer compared to the last one, he set down his hand in a sort of a calmer fashion, so pretty confident that Windmill Engineer is going to be reclaimed at the end of this turn. And was that a Fairy Whispers, I believe?
Yeah, Fairy Whispers for Jimmy. Decent opener. Gets a filter a little bit right off the bat. Means most likely no Academy Guide right off the start. Academy Guide Beseech, not in hand. Big fan of that SB2 Fairy Whispers. Tristan art. Fantastic art with I'm a big fan of the alt arts in this game. I think the promos look really good. Alt arts look really good. It's a good product overall.
Totally agree with you. Personal decks, I love to run non-foil altar arts. I think they just look so pretty with the extended art and the borderless. It just
Yeah.
makes it feel very unique.
I like the borders a lot. I actually like the black borders on cards. So like invites versus CPRs. I like invites more than I like CPRs. Also, Jimmy did grab a Zephyr, revealing that to hand. So we're gonna see an Academy Guide. Academy Guide with the Zephyr in hand is gonna be pretty safe. So there's like you called it, reclaim for the Windmill Engineer.
Sometimes you just gotta have a knack for that, reading your opponent. You gotta make sure how they play their cards. Part of the game.
I'm afraid of playing against Valk now. He's gonna read me like a book. He's gonna know what I had for breakfast.
And it's one of those things I mentioned in game one here is Jimmy lost one damage opportunity with that Academy Guide on Lorraine is because he got rewarded last turn or last game for attacking in that Windmill Engineer, but this one now he's 1 damage short on Lorraine itself. And we saw the Academy Guides put in 6 damage, and that was what helped secure the game. So hopefully Jimmy doesn't falter with 1 or 2 damage here.
I really like that opener. It's the Windmill into Reclaim and then pre-recollection after leveling up. You can one down for Fairy Whispers. It's so optimal. You get the dig, you get the extra card, you get the +1. Like there's so much value on that engine. Oh, whoa, Dream Fairy. Are we gonna see Zephyr? Jimmy Lee Zephyr, his Academy got on the on-enter trigger. We're gonna see the Zephyr.
You called it.
Yeah, the Zephyr is a great way to protect it. So any damage that Joel wanted to come in with. So Jimmy's gonna take 1 on Spirit from the Dream Fairy and another 1 on Spirit from Lorraine.
Safely secures that level up here.
Level 1, Tony has taunt, Pog. I always love watching Jimmy play. He plays both the champion and the game in a way that a lot of people don't even consider trying. It's very refreshing to watch.
It is. He's built sort of a reputation and name for himself, famously gotten off of the Fire Domain Tenoris list with Assemble the Ancients. And it's sort of Jimmy's playstyle is not catered toward deck, it's just catered towards the player themselves. You'll see it with card choices, with mannerisms on sequencing what card to play first. It's someone who clearly has really dig deep with the deck they're playing and knows all possible routes and what they actually want to accomplish.
Yeah, for sure. So looking into this match, we're currently in game 2. pretty early on in game 2. Both players are champion level 1 right now. Joel's going to be going into a backup charger here on his materialization. Wants to get the extra card before moving into level 2. Wants that value. But we do only have 11 minutes on the clock. So it's looking like unless Joel can really find a fast lethal here, turbo up a little bit, I think Jimmy's might be taking this game, this whole series here, 1-0.
Yeah, unfortunate for Joel not having that Phalanx Captain and the accessibility to have early aggro pressure by just dumping humans onto the board. Tenoris and Jimmy are in a very good spot to just stall for these next 10 minutes. Too many defensive options, and just even a fast level up to that 30 HP pool is going to really make it difficult for Joel to get in there. If you're Jimmy, you're also loving seeing the 2 cards that were revealed off the Windmill Engineer. Those are pretty 2 dead cards in this current situation, and that's not going to really be pressuring Jimmy as well. All right, Joel's starting to pick up the aggression here, dumping multiple allies on the board, keeping the Swift Recruit on defense just in case.
Are we going to see the Jimmy Lee level up into a Hurricane Sweep or just backup charge now? I feel like he really wants to backup charge after he hits level 3, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to do it anyways. Oh, maybe he has a turbocharge in his hand. I'm pretty sure Jimmy runs 2 turbocharges.
You are correct on that one. Oh, if it is turbocharge, I think that play is just so good.
It would be even better if he had a Fairy Whispers pre recollection. Fairy Whispers Glimpse 3. Set up your deck for the turbocharge. And then if you can draw the 1, then you for Fairy Whispers again into the draw for turn. Just filter 4 cards is so nice. Oh, I love Fairy Whispers. That card is fantastic. Especially with Imbue. Imbue has enabled that card being so strong. Because we see so many decks that have really high main element counts now. Or basic element counts, sorry. Whoa, reclaim. Reclaiming the Windmill Engineer for the second time. The Giga Value.
It just may be a little too late here. You kind of want to keep allies on the board for the pressure itself, rather than having to spend your turn casting the same ally. Maybe they're not really considering the clock, though. On webcam, you don't have that timer on the wall and big flashing red numbers letting you know that it's getting close to the end of the round here. So they're just trying to play their best game and make the most optimal play for their situation.
All right, guys. Pro tip: when you're playing webcam, if you're someone who plays slow or takes a lot of time with your decks, set an alarm on your phone for like 40 minutes so you know how far you are into the round. Big help. Makes a big difference if you play online regionals too.
That's huge. That is really good advice.
3 for Dungeon Guide, Hurricane Sweep. We've seen it before. Maybe not even Hurricane Sweep. Maybe just deal damage. Joel is afraid. He's leaving that Swift Recruit up. He's like unironically very afraid of Jimmy just turboing him.
Also, considering Joel's taking, I wouldn't say a greedier path, it'd be considered the smarter path. Staying on Lorraine level 1 and getting a Drawn Blade, that extra cards is going to help find more allies to fill the board and overwhelm Jimmy. And it looks like we get the Sell Vanguard strategy we were initially talking about.
Power Cell into the Sell Vanguard for 3 damage, attacking the Academy Guide most likely. Jimmy thinking for a response.
A full grip of cards in hand. Got to make sure you play the right one for this situation.
He's wondering. I think he's wondering if Joel's gonna dungeon guide because in a lot of situations when you're playing this Wind Crux build where you go Spirit Ruler, you want to get out your Drawn Blade. You want to break your Drawn Blade so that way when you level to 3, you can bring it back and get the draw from it. So a little bit of extra value overall. Well, 3 down for what is 3 down for in this? In Chaining Gale?
Is it coming in?
Oh, whoa! That's so based. Resolute Stand the Academy Guide. Whole is one of Resolute Stand on the Academy Guide. Has to be done. Whoa.
Jimmy really being a true guardian for his academy guide, making sure she is safe for this next materialization phase.
Worth it? Is Resolute Standing the Academy Guide here worth it? I guess you put cards down for your level up, but like
the thing to consider is it's Jimmy's game to lose here with the winning game 1. Your opponent has wasted an attack and a power cell to try and kill this academy guide, so they've already spent a lot of resources, and if you can just get rid of one card to secure a level up without having to go down in advantage too much, I think that was a brilliant play. Because it would be the same leveling up either way. You would lose 2 cards to go into Tenoris level 2, or you would lose 1 card and a rip. Okay, maybe I'm just wrong.
Okay, so if he goes Grand Crusader's Ring here, that means that he's beseeching, right?
Yes. And then he has a cleave card.
Or he goes like Academy Guide Beseech and gets 2? Yeah, no, you're right. Cleave makes a lot more sense here. But it's 5 for Hurricane Sweep, right? Because no efficiency. I don't think he's enough cards to do that. He needs 10 cards in his hand to play that.
Jimmy, I think, is at 9 influence, though. Has only played 2 cards. Besides...
Okay, if he beseeches... Or sorry, if he dungeon guides, right? No, dungeon guide's still the same 3 cost. Yeah. How does he do it? I'm trying to figure it out. I can't.
I'm counting the cards here.
I don't think it's cleave. The more I think about it, I don't think cleave is the setup here.
Windmill Engineer.
Jimmy Windmill. So what did he reveal? I missed that.
The glare was too much for...
He revealed the Blinding Light. He revealed Luxem Sight. Luxem Sight. Heal 3, draw 2, deal 2. The ultimate Luxem Tony build.
Double Veiling was revealed, so Jimmy
Double Veiling. Whoa.
Either saying I have more defensive options in hand, or I don't need these right now against you. I am not scared that you can kill me.
Double Veiling kind of good. I guess that's how you just you stall out the game for a victory, but in like a reasonable way. It's not like just slow playing. Well, 3 Fairy Whispers have been result. Whoa, kind of good. 3 Fairy Whispers. Do we see him level up to? Surely levels up to 2 here, right? Favorable wins. All right. Speaking of favorable wins, what's your favorite favorable wins art?
Oh, that's a really good question.
There are wrong answers.
So, my favorite one is the one I play, which is the new one with Rose on it.
Well, Theo put the correct answer on the screen.
Oh.
I'll be honest. I really like Rose. Rose is one of my favorite arts, but Taipei 101 it's just too good, man.
It is true, but we got to consider the fact that some of us were unable to get the cool Veiling Breezes, so it's like, Daniel and the cooler Daniel. Some of us just have to be Daniel.
True. Favorite wins. Unironically, that card is very expensive, so I'll never blame someone who didn't want to buy them. Those cards are like $100 non foil.
New goal: get a play set, go to my opponent, and just riffle shuffle. Be like, all ready?
True. Okay, so here it is. The level up into Hurricane Sweep. It's going to be sweep for. Hopefully this time it's going to be sweep for 4.
Jimmy looks ready for this.
Jimmy's gonna double favorable wins. You ready?
And I saw Joel put 3 fingers out, so I think he's declaring 3 damage. But this may be another 2 down?
There's no way he's doing damage for 3. There's no way, man. Not again. Dude, stream is gonna lose it. Oh, Zephyr?
Zephyr? Okay.
Zephyr's good.
And we retaliate.
Whoa, Jimmy on the
Okay,
board.
it was 4. It was 4. Everyone put the pitchforks down. No need to panic. It was indeed 4 damage. Oh, although that sword should be out of here.
Tony level 2. Big old Tony with the +3. Losing a Veiling Breeze. Uh-oh. But we're getting close to time here. 15 seconds left on the clock for main time. Means Jimmy's going to be turn 0 unless he passes turn right now.
I'm honestly thinking here, Jimmy's going to level 3 this turn. I don't see a reason not to. Plenty of options to be able to allow Jimmy to level up.
Yep. Dungeon Guide, Beseech. Many directions you can go for here.
Oh, 5? Are we just going to Hurricane Sweep?
Oh, we are going to Hurricane Sweep. Holy. It's kind of a big Hurricane Sweep, actually.
Jimmy was like, I like your turn so much that I'm going to copy it. Hurricane Sweep for 4. And then lo and behold, the one true Academy guide that was saved on that on turn 2 is still in there, hit and face.
Tithe Proclamation. Draw 1 for Tithe Proclamation. So we're going to see a Dungeon Guide to 3, I think.
And we are in turns right now and extra time that has been put on stream right here for you. If for everyone following along at home, you get 5 additional minutes or 3 turns of play, which allows the game you're currently in to conclude after that 3rd turn or the 5 minutes. The game ends and it is reported as is. So in this case, if no winner is declared in this instant, Jimmy would win 1-0.
See the Dungeon Guide. So draw 1 for Tithe, draw 1 for turn, and then returning the Drawn Blade will be draw 3 for turn. Interestingly enough, though, Pendragon can send back the Tithe.
A very good thing to consider. You don't lose your weapon with the extra durability on it, and then you can.
He's gonna do it. Yup. Yup. Goodbye, Tithe. Legally draw cards. You know, the crazy thing is, so Jimmy has 1 Veiling Breeze in hand to stop damage coming in. And I think that's enough to end the game. Because so Jimmy's turn 0. Joel is turn 2. Or Joel's wait. Jimmy was turn 0, right? So
Yes,
Joel's
Jimmy
turn
was
1.
turn 0.
Turn 2 goes to Jimmy. And then Joel has 1 more opportunity to kill him. So we're gonna see Veiling for 2.
Oh,
So
is
1
that
damage
just
will come in.
the concession here? It looks like coming in from Joel.
Looks like Joel doesn't know. He was hoping that there was not enough damage to get the kill. Yeah, it's looking like a concession. So Jimmy's gonna be taking it 2-0 or 1-0. I don't know. Probably 2-0.
Probably two, yeah. In this instance, Joel just understanding that he could not win there, and Jimmy probably had the advantage in the win, conceding to the opponent, making it a good, honorable game. Both players walking away happy with their performance, playing as best as they can to their abilities, and allowing for a very spicy round one for us.
Yeah, it was spicy. It was a bit on the slower side, but I can't complain, man. I love seeing Tony 10 million swords swing for 1 billion damage. It was pretty good. You know, we thought we were gonna see the cleave with the Hurricane Sweep or with the Blade of Creation, but we ended up just seeing, oh, I'll reclaim my Swift Recruit. Okay, cool. I'll just kill you.
If you could like snapshot that game in just one image to like encompass it, what would be the picture there for you?
If I get that entire game in one image, it would be 5,000 Veiling Breezes on the screen. Because that whole game was just, oh, hey, you want to play a card? Veiling Breeze. Oh, you want to play a card? Veiling Breeze. Oh, you're going to play a card next turn? Veiling Breeze. Well, what if I have a Veiling Breeze? It's like trade offer, Veiling Breeze.
At that point, just both players are drowned in so many Veiling Breezes. Just you have to get rid of them. So in response to your opponent's Veiling Breeze, I'm just gonna Veiling Breeze, show you that I have it as well.
True. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I've realized, like playing a lot of locals, watching a lot of the regionals and different store champs and stuff. If you're playing a win deck and you do match up against another win deck, if you don't have Incapacitate in the main or the side, it becomes really hard to overkill unless you have a way to swing for so much damage in a single hit that you can break through the Veiling Breeze, which on Tristan isn't really an issue because you have Shadow Strike for really large numbers. You can, incapacitate it for a lower cost. But when you're playing, Win Tenoris, Win Lorraine, you need to have Incapacitate or Veiling Breeze just draws your game. Let's say both of those players had 2 Incapacitates in their main board. If either of them have hit that game would have ended like 20 minutes earlier.
Yeah. It would have been such a pivotal moment. Just one Incapacitate in this situation that you're providing not only ends the game, but it also sets up further mind games for the next when they shuffle up and go to game 2. Is because now you're like, oh, my opponent is attacking me. I have 5. They have 5 cards in hand. Do I Veiling now to try and prevent some damage and bait the Incapacitate, or do I save it for a late game and hope they don't have it?
Yeah, so one of the things I've noticed in MRC with the introduction of the recollection cards is Incapacitate can speed up the game a lot. In terms of like, you go to play a Peaceful Reunion, I Incapacitate. It's like similar to playing Frostbind, except it's available in all decks. But something that slows down the game is also in the same deck. What do you think the card I'm thinking of is?
Okay, let me.
It's in the Tristan Recollection deck. It is. It has like the opposite effect of Incapacitate, in my opinion.
The opposite effect of Incapacitate.
So like Incapacitate speeds the game up because it stops, a lot of different fog. So it stops like Vanish from Sight. It stops, Peaceful Reunion, Vanish, Resolute Stand, and Veiling Breeze. But there's a card that's also in there that I think makes the game take a lot longer, always.
Always. Oh, gosh, I'm drawing a blank on win cards from Tristan. Is it specific? Is it wind or norm, I should say?
It's a win card. It's a win card.
Win card? Okay. Okay, you got me there.
It might be arguably the best win card in the whole deck.
Arguably the most. See, that's controversial because I think Surveil the Winds is just a really good win card, but that's assassin specific. I'm gonna do a little bit of cheating. I'm just gonna quick glance.
All right, chat. What do you guys think the card is that I think slows down the game a lot? Wind card recollection deck.
If chat gets it before me, then they are the superior Tristan and
We both love and hate this card. I think it's necessary in the game. But man, is it frustrating to play around it sometimes. On the plus side, there is counterplay.
Oh,
there are different ways to deal with it.
Yep. No, I got you. Stifling Trap.
Yeah, so Stifling Trap I think is crazy.
It blows my mind that was in the recollection deck. That just seems like such like a main set card, and that Weebs decided to print that for new players to like jump into the game. Such a great competitively card. It's gonna be played and win from here on out until that, and it just proves how good recollection decks were as a product and how it is great for new players, old players, and players like us who are not competing at Yeti.
True. Yeah, I'm just glad that there's actually, ways to play around Stifling Trap. There's a couple unique things like, like, okay, so I Dream Fairy, or let's say I Dungeon Guide, right? I Dungeon Guide, you're going to say on your on-enter trigger, Stifling Trap, and you'd be like, oh, Zephyr. And then you just, fizzle the target, so you get double triggers on the Dungeon Guide. Or like, one of the more fun ones that I recently learned was, I've been playing like Fire Merlin just to like mess around with Fragmented Spirit and Glimpsing and stuff. And I'll go to Dungeon Guide, and if they Stifling Trap, I'll just say in response to your Stifling Trap, Sparkle Light, and kill my own Dungeon Guide. So it's like if the Dungeon Guide's dead, Stifling Trap can't target it, and then you're like, oh, and I still get my on enter effect. Cool.
Yeah, because a Stifling Trap has to
That's a resolve.
Resolve, yes, fully deal the damage in order to get the effect. That's why
technically, even if the damage dealt was 0, it would still apply because it's not an on-hit effect of the card. It just has to actually resolve. So as long as you can like remove the target, the card fizzles.
Invalidate the target. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, matchups are up here. Whoa! Why are we seeing so much of this today? What the?
We got.
Oh wait, this deck is totally different though. This is totally different. This is Wind Allies Lorraine, not Wind Crux.
Yeah, we have Wind Allies Lorraine versus the good old Neos Water Tony. It looks like Lorraine and Tony are back wanting to be on camera. Haven't really settled the beef from round 1, so we're getting 2 different players to represent them coming into the board. And it's gonna 2 different deck lists, 2 different strategies we're looking at here now. So it's gonna be, I think, a much faster paced game compared to what we saw round 1. Both these decks are going to be aggressive, big swings of damage on each turn, and I'm super excited to see how these pilots take their deck to victory.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this list from Poro. Playing the kind of like build domains, have value, get level 3, play Cordelia, obliterate everything on the board. But the thing that interests me the most about the deck list here is actually the Wind Allies player. So they're running 2 Verdigris Decree. Verdigris Decree, I believe the modes are Destroy Fantasia, give an ally +2, and suppress target ally.
Yes.
They're not actually running a crazy amount of win cards. Like it's a good amount, but they have a lot of normal cards. So there's 2 Squirrels, 4 Lurkings, 3 Gildas, 4 Deflecting Edge, 3 Inspiring Calls, and 3 Scavenging Raccoons.
About 20% of the deck is Norm Element here.
9, 13, 16. They're at 19. I guess that's a decent amount. 41 win with 19 normal cards. It's not too hard. Imbue 3 might be a little bit tough with that, but they might also just be using it in case they're afraid of Tristan's. 2 Verdigris Decree does allow you to get rid of both of the like base shadows that you get from Shadow Dancer.
Something to mention here as well, though, is the sideboard. Taking a look at that for the Wind Lorraine player, that you can't side those Verdigris Decrees out at all. You just have Regalias in there. So those
the sideboard is illegal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The sideboard is unironically illegal.
We are 1 card too many.
Andy. The classic. What a classic moment.
And we're just going to double check Poro's list as well. Give equal share to both players. Checking the sideboard here, we have 3, 6. All right, 15 cards on there. Do you have a favorite Sylvie Doodle?
A favorite Sylvie Doodle? I have always been a trained hawk enjoyer. My first ever event was Nationals, and I played Wind Lorraine, but I played like Sword Girl and her pets. So I played with trained hawk PRs and a bunch of other things, and like scavenging raccoons, beastmon ears, and stuff like that. And I distinctly have this memory where I played against Caven in round 6, and I went to play a trained hawk, and it was the Doodle one, and he just out loud, excuse my language for this, he just said, "What the fuck is that?" And I'll never forget it. Trained hawk is by far my favorite because of that memory.
That's amazing, sort of like a way to cement a favorite card of yours, having a core memory. And it looks like we have been reported to Eye of Argus is out, got the boot.
Yep, I have Argus removed.
It's one of those situations where it's like
Funny.
your material deck asks you who's your favorite, and you're like, no, I love you all equally, and then looks to everyone but Eye of Argus.
I love all of you equally, except for you. You can go home. You get to go back in the bulk box. Whoa, Poro with the great start here. Fractal of Rain. Imbue 2 is... Imbue 2, Fractal of Rain is such a nice start in the game. Oh, I guess so is Fairy Whispers. Fairy Whispers is also a pretty good start. Are you familiar with what Poro's deck intends to do?
I am, yes. I've dabbled a lot with the water variations of Tenoris and Nico. Really went into it with couple of my videos and testing, and I really liked, especially with the variations that TCG came out with, and then I've been watching Poro and talking with him. Every Yeti weekly, I sort of stalk the deck list just to try and see, and I really liked sort of the slow development that the decks have gone through, and they seem from what felt like a pile of 60 cards into something very consistent and capable of taking down events.
Yeah, very strong here. That's actually really sad what just happened. I don't know if anyone saw that, but Fairy Whispers reveal into a lurking assailant. So Fairy Whispers going -1 instead of neutral is kind of painful. The nice thing is you windmill to draw the card back, but you overall go -1. The big sad. Katsu on the board. 1 damage to Poro from the Windmill Engineer. Fractal of Rain. Let's go. Lost in Thoughts for 0 to pay for the to pay for the level up. Whoa, mill to reprogram. Value. Fractal of Rain. Kind of based.
It's just one of those skill differences. Good Tenoris players can hit floating memory every time off the Fractal of Rain.
That is unironically a skill difference. When I play Tenoris, I go Fractal of Rain trigger. And I go, should I pop my Grand Crusader's ring or should I just... And I'm like, nah, I'll mill first. And then I mill and I'm like, Blade of Creation. I'm like, oh, sad. Like, okay, one Blade of Creation is not that bad. Next turn, mill another Blade of Creation. Third turn, mill third Blade of Creation. All right, guys, I scoop. Good game. Unironic skill difference. Milling is a skill.
I can get behind that. Something here interesting. Sort of looking at players' drip when it comes to sleeves and playmats. What do you think about the Water Tenoris deck sleeved in the Worlds 2024 Frostbind art, opposed to the Wind Lorraine deck in the Tristan Recollection sleeves? Which do you think goes a little bit harder?
Those material deck sleeves on Poro's side go kind of hard.
Is that
the world's competitor sleeves that kind of go a little hard.
Is that the villain side?
It's the villain side, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I don't know. I'm not too much about like sleeves. So like my entire collection is all Merlin sleeves. Like my entire playsets are only in Merlin sleeves because I want to be able to swap decks really fast and swap cards out. And then the only time I do any sort of like bling or like personal taste stuff is my main deck. Or sorry, my material deck and my tokens. So my token decks I sleeve differently, and I oversleeve them, and same with my material deck. So I always get like Comic Cat sleeves or something of my favorite, either anime characters or like VTubers. Are we
Okay,
gonna see a
yeah, that's
scavenging
fair.
raccoon? Scavenging raccoon eat both floating?
No.
Please, that would be so funny. Yo, you poor Malding. Poor Malding. I would be so mad. I would be so mad right now.
Especially because he set up that diffusive to prevent that damage from the Wind Rider. He could have easily just taken it.
Holy. Play 2 floating,
Mhm.
have both of them eaten instantly. Scavenging raccoons in the main board is crazy.
As Porter's coming back, gonna mill a floating memory here with Fractal. Spoke too soon.
Milled up another fractal, sad. Honestly, I think the best feeling for Fractal of Rain is if you can get 2 Fractals of Rain imbued, and you have like an Ares and a Blade of Creation in your hand, and you're just like, okay, cool, I can mill literally anything now.
Yeah, you're set up because all you need to see is one of those, and you're perfectly fine.
Dude, 3 of Raccoon's kind of crazy.
That's a card that really was insane when it came out initially in FTC. A lot of people running it, people slotting it into almost any aggressive deck, and then sort of with
Wait a
Merlin.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He grabbed a wind bauble. Wait, oh, he doesn't have a water bauble. Wait a minute. Water bauble's in the mid. Wait, what's the play here? What's the play here? Why the wind bauble?
I'm
I don't understand.
I'm double checking the list here to see if there's a
The water bubble's in the
spicy tech.
sideboard, but I huh? There's no Pendragons. Ooh, Storm of Thorns. Yo, do you think that Katso has another Scavenging Raccoons in his hand? Surely
I think
not.
it'd be hilarious if
Oh,
there was a.
lurking pass is not bad, or lurking damage is not bad here.
There's clearly better materializations than a Wind Resonance Bauble. We've gone through GCR, we've gone through Backup Charger.
All right, I still don't understand what the Wind Resonance Bobble's for.
Just at
My
the end of the turn, it looks like he tried to crack it, and Poro reminded him that it's the wrong element, and it just got shuffled over.
Oh, sad. Maybe he didn't think about it. Mistake. A mistake was made, just like I am Argus. All good. All good. He's still so far ahead with that Scavenging Raccoon E2 floating.
Yeah. And that's the benefit of participating in these Yeti weeklies, is it's a great way to practice, get some of that competitive environment without having to really feel the pressure of being locked in a room with tons of other people or being face to face. Allows you to test new ideas, strategies, and okay to make these kind of mistakes so you don't make them in future more serious games that you are in. We find a Poro hitting that dungeon guide into Tenoris, and a favorable wind's coming down to save, I believe, the raccoon. Inevitably, the worst part about it is not seeing an Icebound Slam on the Tenoris' side. That card is just a amazing feeling when you hit 5 water.
I don't think he's running Icebound Slam actually.
Let me double check here.
Icebound Slam is really, really good. I think in Neos Tenoris, it's a little bit too risky because if you mill too many Neos cards, it makes it really hard to find consistency once you hit level 3.
Gotcha, yeah, you're right there. Actually running 4 Cerulean Decrees as well.
I really like Cerulean. I think it's one of the better cards in the Tristan matchup, for example, because you can just Cerulean -3, draw a card into memory, and then do it again if you need to. Versus like they play Outlook, and then you're like, I cry.
We do see Katso with a grip of cards in hand.
Influence as a Wind Allies player feels so good. The crazy thing is he has so many things on board. Blade of Creation for 4 is gonna go crazy.
Ooh.
Especially if Poro decides to materialize something like a Vapor Jet Shield, retaliation for like nothing is gonna feel so good. Ooh, Gildas in balance for 4. Swing to face, I assume. Gonna take to 4, go to 8.
In this
Take
matchup, I
2, go to
think it's
10.
just always face here.
11, 12, 15. Poro wants to put himself into Chalice of Blood range before he starts expending cards to defend.
Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
Poro caught it. I was about to jump in there and be like, wait a minute, that's a wind bobble. Sanch. I think what he wanted to do was banish the bauble and second wind the Wind Rider Vanguard. That's my guess.
Oh, okay.
Because I noticed he had second wind in the deck list. Fairy Whispers. What do we see? Well, the
Ace.
boy. Okay, do you like Asen SP2 art or original?
I like the original. I think the SP2 art has made him look more generic than his debut outfit.
Or the debut outfit is pretty legendary. Asen Squirrel is a classic. A lot of damage in, so we're gonna see 16 damage. Grand Crusader's Ring. Let's see, what order are we gonna do this in? Summon an obelisk. Mill. Oh, goodbye, Cordelia.
Oh.
Grand Crusader's Ring to draw. Pay 4 for a sword.
Does that
No,
mean
no
we
early domain's kind of hard. It's hard when you don't see a dormant sacrificial altar. Or harder, I guess.
does that mean we have a Blade of Creation coming in here since we made that sword?
Blade of Creation without the sword would be fine as well. Oh, we are going to see the attack. Is it just an attack? Oh, it's just a sword into Gildas.
Okay.
Probably doesn't want to expend too many cards yet. Wants to be able to hold interaction for the second wind. Two for sacrificial altar. Oh, two. Oh, 3 for Ares. Ares good.
Such a good.
Ammo shields are crazy. You can rest an ammo shield to prevent 2 non-combat damage to any Neos target unit, or you can redirect attacks, and you can redirect one shield to the other shield. There's just so much value of having these shields. They're so good. Plus, Ares clears the Wind Rider Vanguard very cleanly, unless he has a deflecting edge in his hand.
There's an explanation of Atmos shields probably going down. It's one of those things that whenever they hit the board, most players who aren't familiar with Tony themselves always have to double check because they do have tons of text on them, as you explained.
Yeah. Most players look at that and go, what is that? Also, shout out to Ares. That signature on the card is so cute. Kumai, great artist.
Love it. Just a big fan of doodles in general. Now, being in Katso's position here, you really want to start considering the fact that Poro has now stabilized the board, has ways to protect uh, against attacks, and so you're really going to try and find like the ability to clear the shield tokens and try and push damage, but without having to run into a cleave. So you really got to consider going tall over wide. And looking at the list here, we really don't have many options. Asin is a good start, though. A 3/4 interceptor, great way to still deal damage and be its own lifeline. 4 health is hard to deal with, survives against the Ares attack, and
One of
a
the tough
sword
things
attack.
about playing like human wind allies versus going automatons. Like with automatons, you can go very tall with one unit with the power cells. However, once Ares resolves, the game becomes very difficult because you can just redirect over and over.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a siphoning trap when the Ares lands on the field, it's really hard to overcome the rest of the things. Because with where Poro's at right now, like I don't think he's taking any more damage this game.
I can
Terrifying.
agree with that.
Oh, Chalice of Blood, true. I forgot he had a Chalice.
Getting a Storm of Thorns in the graveyard here from the Fractal.
Ooh, Storm of Thorns. That means Archon Broadsword can come out for free. We can see a Smoke Bombs for free. Vapor Jet Shield is potential to come out soon.
If you had to slam down one card here as Poro, what would be the ideal thing to play on this turn?
I think you actually just Blade of Creation, because Retaliation will put you over Chalice of Blood range, and then you can draw 2 and play comfortably. You can swing all of the damage in if you want. Oh, Sacrificial Altar is going to be really good too. So Sacrificial Altar puts him at 3 domains. He goes to 4 domains next turn. Oh my god, there's just so much. It's so comfortable. The draw into memory is nice. Plus, like, the dungeon guy doesn't really do much for him anymore, besides being a target to get hit. So, like, if one of the shields is about to die, or the dungeon guy's about to die, more specifically the shield, if one of the shields is about to die, you can activate Dormant Sacrificial Altar on the shield and the dungeon guy to mill 2. It's like, so much opportunity.
Yeah, that is the restriction of automaton and human was one of those like I don't think I'll ever be in a situation that matters, but the fact that you can create your automatons just at will is
Whoa.
a
The intercept
wow.
on, I think that was intercept on Asin, and then he said, okay, in response, I'm gonna power cell for 5 damage.
Wow.
Whoa. Goodbye, Asin. Yeah, power cell kind of good. You can have the option to fracturize it. If you don't want to fracturize it, you can actually use it because there's a decent amount of automatons in this. You can pop it on automaton drones. You can pop it on Ares. I think you can technically pop it on a shield too, if you wanted to
Yes.
like retaliate for damage.
Or even get in there for an attack if you need that last bit of damage to push through.
Oh, second win and a strike. Oh, he put the siphoning trap down. He didn't know about Ares. Sad.
We see a hurricane sweep. Interesting. This is on level 2, so we do have the on-kill effect. We're going to replenish that hand.
Hurricane sweep. What is that for? Let's see. Hurricane sweep for 4 is gonna kill the dungeon guide, both the shields, and hit Tony to 20. So both the shields die. He's protecting the dungeon guide, I think. With the protection. So he'll draw 2 for the token allies. Not bad overall. I mean, kill 2 is pretty good. So the protection onto the dungeon guide denies 1 more draw. Even though the dungeon guides, you know, the real play here is actually to just sacrifice the dungeon guide and a shield, right? Is that crazy? If you sacrifice the dungeon guide and the shield in response, you activate the ability. It's 1 less draw overall. Same amount of damage on the board, and you get to mill 2 cards. So your opponent goes 1 less influence, right?
Right. But shield tokens prevent non-combat damage.
That's correct. The combat damage is only for redirect.
Gotcha, yeah. So the dungeon guide should be dead then, right?
No, he used the Obelisk of Protection to protect.
Protection Obelisk.
Yeah, so dungeon guide is 1 health still.
Sorry, I saw the Poro tapping the shield mates, but that was probably to prevent any further damage.
Say he wanted to prevent further damage on the Ares.
I did miss the Obelisk there.
Yeah, because if he did that and milled out and killed the dungeon guide, it'd be 1 less card for Katso, and then you can also use the protection on the Ares later on to protect it from dying. So it's actually kind of based.
Yeah.
Whoa. I feel like everyone forgets about what Dormant Sacrificial Altar does. Because, like, how often do you actually use the ability of the card? Oh, there it is. Vapor Jet Shield.
Ooh.
Vapor Jet Shield is good. Card number 5. Goodbye, Lost in Thought, I think.
Allies.
That is a Lost in Thought. Vapor Jet Shield, great card. On enter unit link, all prevent anytime damage is dealt, prevent 1 of that damage. Ooh, and mills another floating too. Archon Broadsword can come in later. 4 domains means sword costs 1, fabrication costs 2. I pay 2 to get a token drone. Oh, wait a minute.
Another sword.
And you have 4 domains? I guess it doesn't really matter. You just draw the card anyways. Recollect and draw. Nothing else he could have played.
Yeah, that Fractal's
maybe a Lost in Thought for 0.
Cosplaying a domain right now.
Tony draws so many cards with Chalice of Blood. Oh, it feels so good.
And still a very comfortable life total.
I'd be so scared. My opponent has 4 domains, a Vapor Jet Shield, and like 9 cards in hand. How do you play the game? Oh. Wait, he has 2 Ares CSRs. What the? Lux. So Lux. Also, I think theoretically here you should tap the Fractal of Rain instead of putting 3 cards down.
Keep the options available from in hand.
Yeah, I think the only time you would want to put the cards down is if you were playing a card like Revitalizing Cleanse in your deck. But even then, you're most likely going to use the Fractal of Rain to pay for Revitalizing Cleanse because it costs 5. Yeah, 3 damage in, pass turn. Pretty comfortable, pretty chillin'. So next turn, Poro's going to be able to make an Automaton Drone and a sword for a total of 3. 3 down. So he'll go to, what, 8 tokens? Blade of Creation is free.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Archon Broadsword. Yeah, next turn should be lethal if he has a Blade of Creation in his hand.
Yep, yeah, that is correct.
And if the opponent doesn't have Zephyr.
And we do see that Katsu is only running 2 Zephyrs, so the odds are pretty low that they would have one here compared to how most decks run the playset.
And he's only resolved, I think, 1 Fairy Whispers, so he hasn't really dug through a lot of his deck yet.
Yes, and the one Fairy Whispers that did go through, unfortunately whiffs with the Lurking Assailant. Following the line you created there for Poro with the creating a automaton, a sword, needing 3. I believe he does have 2 cards in hand, that 1 fractal. So you can easily do that at the end of the opponent's turn or beginning of Recollection.
Green
And
Fairy
set it up from
targeting
there.
Ares. 3 cards in hand. 4 can go to 4 cards, so can't double Frostbind it. The shields are still available, though. The shields being usable without needing Ares on the field is pretty nice.
Hurricane Sweep, interesting.
Whoa. Hurricane Sweep for 2?
To get rid of the shield tokens, it looks like.
Hurricane Sweep for 2 means if he has Imbue Cerulean Decree or just a regular Cerulean Decree, he can deny all of the damage.
Oh, the play of the Dormant Sacrificial Altar has been taken advantage of now.
Whoa. Sacrificial Altar. Has to. Did he mill 2?
Has not milled 2 yet.
Oh, I guess so. It's a triggered ability. I think that you do it and then you can choose the rest afterwards. Yeah. So it's part of cost to activate it. And then he's protecting himself with the obelisk. That's what it is. So he protects himself because he doesn't want to take any damage at all, and then lets the shield die. So essentially, he doesn't want to expend cards in hand because he wants to go for lethal next turn. Right? If Katsu has 1 card in hand, that means he doesn't have a Zephyr available to play. So what Poro's going to try to do is tap everything. He's going to tap everything. He's going to get a shield and he's going to get an automaton drone and a sword, which will put him at 6 tokens. Then he just makes another sword pre-recollection if he has 1 available, which should be his fractal, right? Fractal of Rain, activate, tap, then recollect, Blade of Creation with Archon Broadsword.
He also does have 1 card in hand as well for that. 4, 7, 8, 9, and 11.
12? I guess it's not quite lethal yet, huh?
Yeah, I could get the opponent to 17 here.
Needs 24. Can only get 2 more tokens.
The unfortunate thing was the Ares getting Dream Fairy. That was the last key piece in.
Actually, wait. I think he does have it, right? So if he makes 2 more tokens, then he'll swing for 4 with each of the. Oh, he might actually have a Summon Sentinels in his hand, though.
Yeah, I think the Archon Broadsword secures the deal here with the 2
Fracturize.
So that's 10. Yeah.
Pay 2 for another drone. So the drones will swing for 4, putting him at 9. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 if he makes another sword on top of the Archon Broadsword, putting it at 9 plus Blade of Creation for 14. 14 on 9, he's 2 damage short. So Refracting Missile is lethal.
Refracting Missile, or so 4 off the automatons, 9.
Or if he plays a Summon Sentinel, is also lethal.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
If he has 8 cards in hand, right?
Yes.
He can lethal with. He can lethal with like Ares, Blade of Creation, and pay for the Archon Broadsword as well. He's trying to see if there's a. Well, I guess I was gonna say he's trying to see if there's a deflecting edge, but no sword on field means like Katsu has no interaction available, so I think he's just dead.
was probably playing around that Resolute stand. We are level 2
Oh,
as Lorraine.
true. I
So.
forgot Resolute Stand is a card. Jimmy Lee only plays one of it.
A little bit of math counting up here. We do have 8 or 6 token objects on the field currently.
Maybe he just doesn't have the Blade of Creation.
Yeah, that would have been the
Summon
mistake
Sentinels
to
free
top
for
that here.
with Blade of Creation is like overkill.
Do you just pass the turn here, though, with firmly cementing defensive options with Cardins in hand, or do you try and push the opponent's life total a little bit further? Which I don't think is very needed, just because you do have lethal on board, as we currently are, forcing your opponent to have to answer your own board state without giving them more targets.
Terrifying. Wait, so he didn't go for lethal. Left him at 17. So he just hit him with the Archon Broadsword and nothing else. He kept all cards in hand. So he didn't have lethal in his hand. So instead of going for like some all-out play, push him as close as you can, he was like, I'm just going to hit you with a sword and then hold all my interaction available. Pretty base play.
Yeah, giving respect to your opponent, you don't want to be overconfident that you've won this game by just dumping your hand. You want to make sure they're not running any tricks or anything you really weren't prepared for. 10
Dumping your
life.
hand like that is how you lose the game.
Correct.
What are the outs here for Katsu? Does he have any outs available?
Unfortunately, with the 10 damage is a huge gap for Lorraine to close in this late game. One of the main things he could do is if he has 7 in hand with a Gildus, you could do the old swing with Gildus, then second wind it to get that 8 damage swing in, but you're still going to be short, and you don't run many 2-cost allies to deal 2
Also,
damage.
Vapor Jet Shield also.
Vapor Jet, yeah, just totally nullifies the
most ideal situation would be like pre-recollection Zephyr the Vapor Jet, but I'm pretty sure he only had one card in hand.
But yeah, one card in hand. Having taken that Hurricane Sweep route they did on their last turn.
So attacking with Ace in here is kind of a misplay because now he doesn't have an interceptor.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. 4 cards in hand does have available things. We're going to see the Terrafring banished pre-materialization. Smoke bombs. Free draw 1. I guess it didn't really matter if the interceptor was up then if smoke bombs existed. It's going to tap both, make a sword and a drone. So we're going to see 3 down. Drone number 3, sword number 3.
I really want to see just one card deeper into Katsu's deck to see if that Wind Resonance Bauble would have made a difference if it was something that drew a card. Because so many different lines of play could happen in Grand Archive by just an additional card. It allows you to be able to pay for something else, take a different route on a turn, or that that card itself could have been a big difference maker when Katsu needed it.
That one card draw would have been the second wind on the Wind Rider Vanguard. The turn he played it. Because he ended up banishing it 2 turns later. So I'm fairly certain that was the card he was holding for.
Which is very unfortunate that a small mistake like that can lead to the game slipping away from you. Lorraine's at 21 damage now. 3 more left for Poro. That Archon Broadsword still looking pretty.
I think we're gonna see Blade of Creation pay 2, not using the Archon Broadsword. 7 using the Aura Steel Greatsword is probably the play here.
It looks like just a swing with the
5
Archon
down?
Broadsword.
A 5 or 4?
It looked like 5.
I don't think it matters though. 1, 2,
It-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it swings for 11. Even with the deflecting edge, not enough. He
Yeah.
needs triple deflecting edge. If he
Yeah,
blocks
triple
6,
deflects in hand.
yeah, if he blocks 6, it's still not enough. Still gonna get the kill.
4 cards in hand. And just like
Big
that,
damage.
game 1 goes ahead to Water Tenoris. We use such a solid strategy, board control into just big swings here. And we're going to be taking a look at the side decks for Water Tenoris. Some things that we could consider bringing in here is Song of Frost. Seems like a very good option, as we saw Katsu very trigger happy with the cleave cards. It will allow Poro to just really negate the uh, attempt on his board state while still maintaining numerous amount of cards in hand, not really having to worry dumping too many to keep things alive. And other than that, nothing really seems that beneficial. A lot of good defensive options against spell slingy decks like Merlin and Rye, Luxem Xander, things like that. And then
Yeah, Provoke Obstin's not that relevant in this matchup. Like you can use it for your sword to give it the spell shroud against Zephyr, but it's not like that important. I almost think you would take out the Cordelias and put in the Song of Frost because Cordelia feels like overkill in this matchup. If you resolve Cordelia, you've probably already won the game.
yes.
Whereas
100%
like in
agreed on that.
other matchups, like sometimes you need Cordelia to like get the break point where you start winning the game.
A very good example of just the right situation. Game 1 or round 1, Cordelia was the breaking point here. She doesn't seem as strong. Before we jump into this next game, though, they're already playing their cards. But Katsu's sideboard, we have that pile of Regalias here, and I think the Water Resonance Bauble is a must bring in against the deck here, and that Wind Resonance Bauble is probably getting the boot.
Yeah, I think we're also going to see Safeguard Amulet for Viridian Trinket most likely.
Yes.
And then that's probably it, right? You don't really need to bring in... I guess you could preemptively be afraid of Icebound Slam, but it doesn't seem that valuable to bring in.
And I think if the opponent was running Icebound Slams, you would have seen it that game with the just amount of cards Poro saw throughout the game and the influence they had. You might as well play it if you had it.
Backup Charger. Backup Charger is good. Do like first materialization Backup Charger if you're not super pressured. A lot of flexibility with that.
I'm curious about Katsu's influence here. How well they are playing around a Gildas. They may not draw it now, but if it's something they're considering in future turns. And I see 3 down and 4 in hand. So if they are considering a Gildas route, hoping to draw into it, I think this is a time to play another additional ally or just get a card out of your hand so that if you do top deck the Gildas, you are in
A little risky though, because if you get Frostbound or Cerulean, you just instantly lose that card and you lose the value. -1 when they go even. It's like kind of painful. It's a huge risk, and I don't know if it's worth the reward when you're down a game.
That's
Right,
very fair. But sometimes you just got to make your opponent have it. It's one of those.
True. Play like a Fire Xander player. You just say, "All right, if you have it, you have it, man."
Because considering this route is Poro got a free backup charger turn because they didn't have to play anything from their hand. So if Katsu did run something out and it did get Frostbound, Poro wouldn't have been able to get an additional card in memory from backup charger, and things might have been slightly different. I feel like as the Wind aggro Lorraine player, you really just want to put as much pressure as possible. And, if losing a card in exchange for Gilda swinging in for 4 damage, I think it'd be amazing. But we do see a favorable wins.
Favorable wins for fast floating. I guess that does give you the level up and the even cards that you would want for Gildas. Maybe he's just going for really fast kill here, right? Second wind, rallied advanced. Does he have a rallied advance in the deck?
I'm double checking that here now. It looks like we just have second wins.
Or what about double inspiring call, triple inspiring call?
That is a play.
Yeah, attacks first, so inspiring call, right?
Yes, it has to be. If
Did
Lorraine's
he have?
first.
He didn't have enough cards to inspiring call per your collection, right? He only had 2
he
in hand
had
because he
3 in
favorable?
hand. 3 in hand.
Oh, so he's 1 short. So
Yeah.
inspiring call is good.
Actually, you're right. 2 in hand. 4 in hand. Played
Or
favorable.
thinking on activation of 5 cards. It's actually not a bad idea to Cerulean him right now if you have it, especially if you can imbue it, because you can say negate card activation and then also go -3 on your one of the allies.
I think there is a Cerulean at that very bottom corner of the hand there. That contemplation.
He's gonna allow it. He's probably gonna wait to Cerulean the second inspiring call, because I think we're gonna see a second inspiring call here, or we're gonna see the second wind.
I think the second wind is being used here on this play.
Yeah, denying the second wind here, really, really good. He remembered seeing the second wind in the first game. He's swinging in for 3. Diffusive block.
Diffusive. Okay.
Take 1.
I love to see the aggression, though. This, just considering the fact that if Poro didn't have any defensive options, this would have been an insane amount of damage coming in. And there we are.
Well, so unironically, it's kind of a misplay to do this, like while attacking because of the Cerulean. So Cerulean, because of Song of Frost. If he had Song of Frost available here, it would deny the second wind, and it would stop the attack at the same time. But Cerulean's just gonna deny it, so it's gonna be attacking just for 4, I believe.
Or did Poro do -3?
Oh, he did the -3. He did -3 and negate. Yeah, it is just
Yeah.
gonna be for 1 then.
And I think that's probably the smartest choice, preserving life total as much as possible.
Yep. A lot of cards were expended in that, right? So Inspiring Call does gladly recycle itself, but Second Wind doesn't, and you're like fully expended.
And
But the question is, can Poro stabilize? Can he? Because he can only level up. I guess he could Dungeon Guide to 2 or Dungeon Guide to 3, but he still needs to level up somehow here.
that is just what Poro decided to do. Such a big influence. That backup charger turn really did make a difference.
Backup Charter is so good, especially when the only cards he was playing were both Dormant Sacrificial Altars, both cards recycling themselves. Very, very good value. We banished a Refracting Missile. The 2 Dormant Sacrificial Altars is also like the sweet spot for Tony as well.
I think Poro is very concerned about the amount of pressure and damage that is being thrown at him, and decided to just pass turn with the full grip of cards in hand.
So I believe we know he has a Storm of Thorns because of the imbue. I don't remember what else he imbued though. I only saw it for a brief moment. What, lots of things to consider.
It was just 2 damage went through perfectly fine.
Going to 11, we're going to see the damage come in. Poro wants to negate potential second windings.
Or
Oh,
the
Gildas.
It's one of those. Gildas has made an appearance, and playing for the Gildas was probably the proper play here.
Gildas for 4. Diffusive block. So we do see the diffusive block. We're gonna pass turn here, 3 cards in hand. Poro level 2.
Double diffusive from the graveyard.
You know if he has a dungeon guide?
I don't believe a dungeon guide has been shown to us. Looking at the hand, I don't see any glimmer. Poro is running the Christmas special dungeon guide, so the art is going to be slightly.
Yeah, I sold this. Sold this because you wanted the promos. No dungeon guiding. I guess he's just holding again. We do see a decent amount of damage on board, but a Storm of Thorns would reduce a good amount of them. Take 1 from each, and then 3 from the Gildas. Would put him near Chalice of Blood range, but not quite there. This could be a little scarier though. Second win the Gildas, and then actually second win the Gildas is kind of risky, right? Because in response to the second win to the Gildas, you just Cerulean Decree it to unbalance her.
Yeah.
Storm of Thorns good.
Interesting here. So preventing 1, going to take 1 less from each of these attacks. Not quite dead here, but second wind is still a very valid concern for Poro.
There's a lot of cards available damage wise. He also has 2 draw cards available. We're going to see Water Resonance Bauble and the Grand Crusader's Ring.
We see Gildas swinging it unbalanced, so that means only one thing. Oh.
I shouldn't wait. Did he second wind he second winded the Winter Rider Vanguard, right?
I'm not sure. I thought it was on the Gildas because Poro took 4 from the Gildas.
Not really sure.
Yeah, I believe that was on the Gildas there. Poro taking a total of 8 because Gildas swinging in for 5. Storm of Thorns reducing by 1. Still a very scary position. Poro's hanging on with 3 life, 1 damage on board. Katsu has to find another 2 damage somehow.
Whoa, 23.
Please run in an Ace-in Protector. Oh, nothing. And the past turn.
5 cards in hand. We're going to see Tony level 3. There's both the cards from memory plus the Storm of Thorns. How does he stabilize here, though? This is what I mean, right? Like, stabilizing at this point is still difficult. Even if he comes in for damage. So, yeah, most likely goes Obelisk of Protection, I would think. So, if he has a Blade of Creation. If he wants a Blade of Creation, Obelisk of Protection allows him to, like, prevent the retaliation damage. Okay. He could also just use it to make a sword and kill the Gildas.
Well, you make the sword pre-recollection, and then you Blade of Creation on your turn.
You can Blade of Creation raw for 4, though. We just passed turn.
Wow.
Oh, never mind. He said recollection draw. I was like, wait a minute. There's no way he just passed turn. I was like, he's in recollection. It makes more sense.
Well, without making the sword, Blade of Creation would cost 5.
6.
1, 2.
It would be way
Oh,
too
yes.
much. Oh no, 5. You're right.
Yes,
There's a power cell.
okay.
There's a power cell. So it's 4 for Blade of Creation. Not bad. He just has to hold enough interaction to live though, which is the scary part. No rallied advance is kind of good. If Katsu had rallied advance, it would be scarier because you can't cerulean rallied advance. You can only stop the damage, and rallied advance is on attack trigger.
Rally events would have ended the game last turn with the influence of Katsu's hand and that Windrider Vanguard.
So many options here for Poro. Does he play another Dormant Sacrificial Altar?
I'm just wondering the benefit of playing a third Sacrificial Altar when you could be using things in your hand a little bit better.
Summon Sentinels and Ares are probably the best things to play. Oh, sorry, there's the Summon Sentinels. Summon Sentinels will help him clear allies, and Ares will help him clear an ally plus have the redirect shields. Yeah, Summon Sentinel is kind of good. So he can kill the Gildas for the lurking right now.
At least 2 of the allies on Katsu's board will be taken care of with the current state of affairs.
Does Windrider Vanguard retaliate here? 1 down for Fairy Whispers. Whoa. Fairy Whispers is kind of good. Is he looking for favorable wins?
Favorable wins still wouldn't save the Windrider Vanguard, though, because it is
It
4
would
damage
not.
coming in. But I'm very curious if we're looking for a deflecting edge.
Ooh, second wind. Retaliate and kill. Goodbye, Automaton Drone.
Vanguard is not dead quite yet. It still has not been. Oh, there we are. Yeah.
That's funny. Ooh, Blade of Creation. He doesn't want to get. Yeah, he didn't want to get retaliated. That's why. So this is where you would second wind and hit your lurking to wake it up to force damage. Is that worth it? Is playing second wind like that worth it?
To get an additional 3.
Whoa. Verticris Decree to Zephyr the. What the?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a thing.
And
That's a thing. I
wow.
guess, yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, it's that or second wind, right? You either Zephyr it so it comes back, or sorry, not Zephyr. You suppress it so it comes back, or you're going to second wind for the damage on field. Ooh, interesting. He's going for it. The lurking assailant, poison coating it, oil, pop it before attacking. Goes to 4, attack for 4, second wind.
Let's see.
Before damage, play second wind.
There we are.
Off. See, it's hard to stabilize when the board gets like kind of wide.
A very intense game 2. Wind allies doing exactly what they do best, starting pressure from the moment they draw their hand of 7.
Yeah. Also, there wasn't a scavenging raccoons eating 2 floating this time, so that wasn't a game where they were so far ahead either.
I feel like most wind ally decks or game that you watch is like they want to be in the trenches fighting tooth and nail, and that's usually like their scrappy matches are the ones they favor the most. Because I've seen wind allies a lot of the times just super far ahead, and then that overconfidence is probably one of the biggest downfalls. It's like, oh, I'm so far ahead, I could start making these plays that are less aggressive, which then starts to bite you later on as your opponent stabilizes.
Yeah, wind allies go crazy sometimes. Second wind, rallied advanced. It's really cool to see it with the robots deck. So seeing it again with like a humans focused deck is just like it makes me remember that the deck is a real thing. I mean, when you think about it, there was a long time where it wasn't really a popular thing to do. Like to play second wind. Like rallied advance is pretty common, but second wind was not that common. You'd see like attune the winds, like multiple attune the winds.
The favor of just the fast speed is probably what brought it more into the light. Harder to work around.
Yeah, second wind is really good. I'm a big fan of second wind. Because I mean, there are other situations where you could use it too, right? Like that cleave, for example. If he didn't have the verticurse degree, he could have second winded for damage.
Mhm. And Poro sort of taking a lesson from game 2 and going ahead and fast leveling up, not really trying to be cheeky with a charger turn 1 or anything anymore, just really mitigating damage, building that health pool. I'm not gonna let Katso take a early lead like they did in game 2.
Yeah. Sacrificial Ultra is good. We're gonna see a Scavenging Raccoon potentially. Nope. Train Knock. Fairy Whispers. Whoa.
What do your fairies tell you, Katso? Hopefully something good this time. And we're looking at sort of a glimmer. We do see a stifling trap in Katsu's hand, which is, as we learned in game 1, a very good card to go ahead and keep in there. Not only does it stop the Ares, it also stops the Dungeon Guide level up. And I'm not sure if Poro has seen a stifling trap in the first 2 games, so it may be coming as a
He banished a Stifling Trap
banish. Okay.
and the second wind to go level 2 Lorraine. Hmm. With a minute 40 on the clock, going into overtime soon, you kind of just have to ball out, right? You have to like all in to kill Poro here. You level 1 and you just push damage as fast as you can, right?
Yes.
So
The
fast floating, he's gonna get the level 1 here. This does also put him in 7 card range, so it'll be more helpful for the Gildas. Gildas will have the availability of being balanced again with the Ornamental Greatsword.
well, I
Sword of
think
Seeking.
hold on.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
And we might have had a misplay because he used the floating memory to pay for the Lorraine. He should have been using something from memory because now he has 8 cards in hand after the draw. It was 7 influence
Did he have
total.
7? I thought he had. My bad. I thought he had 6.
No, it was 4 down, I believe, and then 3 in hand.
I guess maybe that's why he went for the Sword of Seeking instead of going for the Ornamental Greatsword, because he wasn't looking for kill this turn. He's looking for kill next rotation of turns.
I just feel like missing out on that damage though with the Gildas is very uh prevalent. Even if you weren't gonna do your second wind turn, it was still an additional 3 damage. That would put Poro to 10. Oh, just a hard level though. 1, 2, 3. How the count intended. Poro, every materialization going into a new champion.
Poro's level 3 though, kind of in a scary place. I don't think that Katsu can actually find a lethal fast enough against Tenoris level 3 here. I think Poro's just going to like force damage in every single turn against Katsu.
This feels like the one of the game that got away when your opponent just you're trying to do your thing and you just look across the board and your opponent's already level 3 playing their advanced element cards. And you're like,
Favorable
what?
wins to protect. We're going to see Summon Sentinels. Summon Sentinels are going to come in here to kill most likely the Gildus on 4 health.
Is the Gildus worth saving though?
Probably not. But I think it's one of the only ways you're going to find damage. Stifling Trap the drone. What the? Yeah, that's a thing. Stifling Trap the drone is a thing.
Playing Burn and Wind.
Nah, not burn. No damage to face. We good. We're still safe.
Are we going Lorraine level 2? No.
I think that's the goal here. But Lorraine level 2, I guess you kill the automaton drone and draw a card.
Okay. Whew. So we're going to be at that magical number of 7 for Gildus at the start of this turn.
Damage coming in. Poro taking the damage, goes to 11. Lurking. So we're going to see 3 damage there from Lurking. 2 damage from Lurking. Balance Gildus comes in for 4. 6 goes to 17. Getting closer and closer to Chalice of Blood range. Poro probably hoping for Chalice of Blood to draw a card. Oh, kills the drone, 15 instead of 17.
And we do have both players racing against the clock here. Really not wanting to take a draw, but current state of affairs, it looks like that might be the outcome unless something crazy happens within the next 2 turns.
All the damage coming in. It's not enough. It's never enough damage.
We could always use more damage.
Oh, Ares. Stifling Trap in hand.
No, it was used on the drone.
No Stifling Trap. No way to stop Ares. Ares comes in for 3.
And I think with the Ares on board, that just like kind of seals the deal in the game here. I don't believe Katsu is going to be able to get over that Ares with the, or not the Ares itself, the shield tokens.
Yeah, Redirect is strong. Redirect is very strong. Time being relevant here, 30 seconds before overtime. Players having to make decisions pretty quick. I don't think Katsu will be able to finish his turn before overtime starts, so most likely going to be turn 0.
We see a contemplation on that poison coating. And it looks like that is the end of our game. We're going to be going into a 1-1 draw.
Wait, was that the end of overtime?
We went into overtime
Oh, what the?
on Poro's turn when he went
Oh,
into level 3.
I see. Well, what a draw in Yeti is basically a loss, guys. There's only booster box rewards for 4 O's, but I guess if you do manage to get 3 wins, you still do win a gold pack, so it's not too bad.
Sprinkles are for winners, not for people who draw.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a hard match. It's a hard match.
It really is. It's the win Lorraine player has to win by a specified turn number or get the opponent as close as possible to any ally being lethal. And Tenoris is playing the survival game into stabilization. And we saw both sides play exactly how they wanted to, game 1 and 2. And game 3, just unfortunately not enough time to factor in there and see who could come out on top. It's one of those, the Katsu had an amazing board state going, but Poro was clawing their way back in, and it could have gone either way.
It was tough. Game 2 went by really fast, but game 1 was like a very long, decided game. I think if you know you're not going to get over it on like a Wind Ally cycle where you can play faster like that, I feel like you kind of have to scoop early. You have to know like when it's time to be like, all right, scoop game 2. If I can win game 2, I have time for game 3. But it's a little more difficult as well. Webcam is always like a bit of a harder setup. Not always easy to figure out what decisions you should be making. Also, the win resonance ball for that one card was the play they could have got him a faster win in game 1. But overall, decently well played by both players. Katsu had a lot of good answers to things. Scavenging raccoons for the 2 floating was pretty sick. And then Poro having the opportunity to play the Dormant Sacrificial Altar when it came to the second Hurricane Sweep. But yeah, I mean it's a tough matchup, right? It's a slow build matchup. One side's trying to beat you down really fast. The other side's like, I need to live, and I'm gonna accrue value and then obliterate you in one turn. But that turn does not come fast enough, so it's kind of tough.
Indeed, both decks. Crazy how we've seen both sides of the coin with Tenoris and Lorraine. We've seen sort of a slower Lorraine deck, a fast Lorraine deck. We've seen an OTK Tenoris. We've seen a methodical hit you here and there and just take my punches where I can. But yeah, we are now halfway through our Yeti weekly. The end of round 2. We got 2 more rounds together with all of you here watching. I hope you all have been enjoying it so far. I think these past 2 games have been amazing, action-packed, filled, twists and turns, baubles being made, just chilling on the board. I love it. Same question as last time for you. One snapshot of that last game. How would you, if you could paint an image, what would it be?
Hurricane Sweep.
Hurricane Sweep.
Hurricane Sweep and just a bunch of tokens. A bunch of blank tokens, like all the SPT box toppers. Moving into game 3, though, or round 3, we're going to be seeing True Champion Caven on the Caven Wintriston list versus Semper Ignotus on the Fire Merlin.
Oh, here we are, another wind deck, but a different variation. We have not had any deck that has been the same, which is going to be amazing. And then Fire Merlin, I'm really curious to know if this is going to be the more anti-ally builds that we see around, or the methodical late game specialist Merlin that people originally fell in love with before the ally invasion.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see on the Fire Merlin build if it's like really anti-allies focused, because we've seen a lot of decks where people play things like Incendiary Fractals, multiple Flame Sweeps, multiple Purge Flames, as well as Focus Flames, or if they're kind of more traditional with the like Hasty Messenger, Cremation Ritual, Flame Rune Swordsmans, as well as Prismatic. Not everyone runs Prismatic in their Fire Merlins, and as much as I am a huge fan of it, I do see the value in not running it, especially knowing that Tristan's out there, and Incapacitate is a card that says, I'm going to put my sword away, and then you're not going to let me take it back out. Whether it's Eternal Magistrate or the Incapacitate on the Ascension. So hopefully deckless suit. Excited to see.
You bring up a very valid point on that. The Prismatic is a double-edged sword right now. It's so good with the amount of Windex running rampant that you get that free banish from your opponent's memory. It's such like it's hard not to go for, but Prismatic has more counters than they ever have this set. And it's one of those, if the Fire Merlin player isn't prepared to deal with that kind of stuff, if they're just so used to being on that autopilot of the free advantage engine, then they could totally ruin their game state, their board state, putting away their swords, no longer have an option to put away with Ghost of Pendragon, and you miss out on just not only hurting your opponent, you hurt yourself way more.
Tough. It's tough. There's situations where you get ganked by cat.
Yeah.
Okay, deck lists are up. Let's see. What are we seeing here? So this is I want to say this is pretty combo-y, like high level 3 combo focused. Still playing 2 innervates. 4 vanish from sights in the sideboard is interesting. Probably won't see that much in this matchup just because Fire Merlin's more like spell focused.
And we
But
do
let's see.
Whoa. Already.
Prismatic in, no wind cards.
Just as we were discussing.
Only water cards. Because everyone plays wind, so you might as well. Yeah, it's not bad. We see a lot of standard things. Only 1 Purge in Flames. I don't think there's any flame sweeps. 1 Purge in Flames in the main, 1 Purge in Flames on the side, 0 flame sweeps. So this is very, very spell focused Merlin. Spell and
also
allies.
To mention, it is a hybrid deck as well. We do. Oh no, it's not a hybrid deck.
No, it's not hybrid, right? It's just fragmented.
It's just fragmented. Yes, I saw the Savage Slashes and instantly was thinking that it was a hybrid. But Savage Slash is an interesting choice to put in. It allows for that easy level 1 swing to kill an ally, like a Gildis or any really of the problematic allies, because it pairs well with the Sword of Seeking, and then allows you to get that 1 free floating memory into your Merlin.
Yeah, it's nice. Plus, it's good with creative shocks. So let's see. We see 20 floating in this deck. 3 programs, 2 Savage Slash, 5. I see 4 Flame Runes and then 4 Chilling Touches. So we're going to see 13
4
floating.
Stalwart.
Oh, and Stalwarts, yeah. So 17 floating. That's quite a bit, actually.
Alrighty, we have Buff Squirrel with us starting off our game. Cabin has won the Rochambeau of Dices and went first.
Reprogram, stop the damage from the Windmill Engineer. It's free to level up. Pretty good here. Do you think Kaven's going to take the risk of playing a Reclaim?
I'm looking at how Cabin's flicking his cards here. Yeah, I think there's a Reclaim in hand.
So if he's 4 down for the Incendiary Fractal. Interesting.
Whoa.
Incendiary Fractal's good long-term value. I was interested to see if Semper Ignotus would have Dungeon Guided there. Dungeon Guide, then use the Dungeon Guide to attack the Windmill, and then see if he tries to reclaim it when you're Merlin, and you just go, all right, who's going to play chicken? But this is not bad. So we're probably going to see Grand Crusader's Ring from Semper next turn. Cabin, the Fairy Whispers going in there. Oh, the second Reclaim. So early level 1 could be really good. Does not have cards for backup charge.
I think this turn is still going to be a Windmill Engineer turn and possibly start the value engine with Surveil the Winds.
Yep, Surveil's good. Double Veiling for the Windmill Engineer. So it has the other Reclaim, so he's just going to keep doing this. He's going to draw into memory. He's also going to attack for 1, put him on the board. Dude, we are in for Value Town right now. Double Reclaim, Windmill Engineer. This card is going crazy. It's actually going to go crazy. Because the nice thing is, since Semper hasn't gone to level 3, or level 2 for Merlin, you can just Reclaim for free and then level up immediately on the Reclaim. If you have enough cards available to get to 4 counters, it's great. If you don't, drawing on 2 counters and just taking 1 card is kind of good when you're using a floating and you're still getting overall value from it.
It's it's a self-contained engine. It just replaces itself and allows you to just keep doing it for as long as you have the copy of cards.
Read down for a dungeon guide.
To level 2? Oh, okay.
Oh, creative shock. Interesting. Incapacitate would be really good here. I think he's gonna do it. Yeah, incapacitate creative shock is so good, especially if they try to do it like at the beginning of the game. So when you fragmented spirit, if you go second and you're playing a card, a deck that has incapacitate, if you hold it in your hand and incapacitate their starting creative shock, it just feels so good. Because if they level up, they go -1 instead of going neutral. Savage Slash with sword for 3. Lorraine is supposed to be rested.
Well, it's a little bit EP, the Lorraine is. Whenever you attack with your champion, you make sure you go ahead and tap it as it's part of the action to use an attack card. And backed by popular demand, Windmill Engineer.
Well, we're actually playing the most giga value deck ever. So he goes Windwalker Boots to get the prep counter. And actually doesn't go level up. He's not afraid of Merlin eating the floating here.
The thought process behind the Windwalker boots actually makes sense when you look at the long-term investment of this game. Merlin is going to be a scaling champion at level 3, and with Tristan, you also want to scale into prep counter, so you could do a big prep strike to go ahead and one-shot your opponent. But Merlin's kill potential isn't there until at least 1 or 2 counters on level 3, which gives sort of a slight buffer for Cabin on Tristan to have this leniency to bring out Windwalker boots and play a little bit around with Windmill Engineer to be able to make sure they find all those pieces they need in order for their big combo.
Stifling Trap. Oh, no Stifling Trap. Okay.
Very surprising.
Be in a pretty comfortable place here. 1 into the Windmill. He's going to reclaim it again.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's not bad. Backup charger. Wait, he's playing super value game right now. Does he have a turbocharge? One of turbocharge in the deck, if I recall correctly.
You are correct on that.
I'm a big fan of 2 of turbocharge. I think 2 of and like depending on how tight your deck is, I feel like 2 turbochargers just feels good because you increase your chance to hit it. Oh, there,
and
there,
the turbocharge.
1 up turbocharge. Yeah, so he is playing super value. We're probably gonna see a level up into double surveil or something.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
bring out
we
the
don't need
girl
double
again.
surveil. Just level up into 1 surveil is fine. He could Windmill Engineer here if he wanted a little bit more value again. If he needs to cycle, he can Windmill Engineer here. Otherwise, just pass turn. Game plan for Semper is kind of good. So influence of 3 with the fractal. So 4 overall in terms of wealth. Gonna go to even level counters. Draw for that. Draw 1 more after that. Probably go. What would be the play here for materialization? Maybe just materialize anything for free. Draw a card, and then bounce it back if you have a Pendragon. Oh, Sadie.
Yeah. Oh, gonna go ahead and get rid of this dungeon guide.
2 down to reprogram the Sadie. Ooh, reprogram Sadie is kind of good. All right, so he's gonna go Drawn Blade then. So he's gonna go from influence of 2, wealth of 3 to 6. So we'll draw for Drawn Blade, draw for even level counter. And does he have an Ascension?
Oh, that would
Oh,
tie it
nothing
together.
pre-rec. Pretty good.
You know, Merlin's fine.
Pretty
We just went
good.
from 3 influence to double it.
Windmills dies.
Finally. The final
Attack.
boss of Wind Tristan.
I think the play here is what? Attack Sadie in response Ascension. So you hit her for 2 anyways, and you still send the sword back?
Yeah.
Does he have it
You
though?
could
Oh,
see that.
Cruxite. Just raw Cruxite. Raw
Probably trying to
Cruxite,
dig
2
for
down for
that.
2 down for Cruxite, returning Cruxite? 3 down. Oh, for cremation ritual. Whoa. Digging. He's digging really hard for a Pendragon, most likely.
Pendragon or the Ascension play, as you mentioned prior, which would still be a very valid.
2 down for Savage. What the?
Is he just going face? This is an even turn.
He's 5 for face.
Yeah.
Damage is pretty important to get on Tristan early on. If you're not Tristan level, like if you can get to like 15 or 16 damage before Tristan hits level 3, it's really comfortable because you'll have the ability to just send 1 fireball or like 2 sparklights. If you actually, I don't even know if there's sparklight in this deck list. There's not sparklight in this deck list. Sparklight is the card I think that needs to come back in Fire Merlin specifically because it counters Veiling Breeze. So if they don't have in-cap available, like it's just so comfortable to play it against them. 2 down, return Sadie, get a prep on the stack, then draw 2. Oh, he +1. The +1 is strong. Oh, he's surveilling. He's plus like a million. He's plus ultra.
It's too good.
It's kind of good. If he doesn't have a dungeon guide though, it's gonna be a little rough.
I think I saw a little glimpse of a dungeon guide along with the 2 Veiling Breezes sandwiched together.
Oh, you're right. Veiling Breeze, he's chilling. There's no way he's gonna take enough damage to be in a scary place right now.
If someone asked cards in hand for Cabin, he could just reply yes at this point. That Windmill Engineer with the 3 reclaims has really done an honor filtering here.
How many Windmill Engineers do you think are about to get banished? 2?
2, yeah.
Whoa, 2 Sadies. Whoa. So it's Windmill 2 Sadies that he put down, I think. Oh, you know what he's doing? He's keeping the wind cards for the Veiling Breeze. That's why.
That makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, Shadow Reaver. All right, what do we see for Shadow Reaver? Stalwart Shieldmate. Flamer and Swordsman. Ascension. And a Chilling Touch. Oh, he can play the Chilling Touch too. But then you get Floating Memory in opponent's graveyard. That's interesting. So stealing 3 floating is actually really good. Dude, playing Shadow Reaver on webcam is kind of crazy though. So for those of you who do not know that are watching from home, Shadow Reaver has an errata for Webcam League. The errata for Shadow Reaver is that the cards will be banished face up, meaning you get all benefits and effects from them being face up banished in your graveyard or in your banishment pile. So if you're playing Rye and it banishes an arcane card, you will get a level counter for that until the card is activated. Surveil. Zephyr on Dungeon Guide? Oh, wait, there's no Zephyr in the deck list. This deck list doesn't run Zephyr. That means he has another Dungeon Guide in his hand? Shadow Reaver without a Dungeon Guide is kind of risky. Like, without being able to Dungeon Guide into Shadow Dancer. Sadie.
Oh, so there's
for
3.
2. I see why the Sadies were put down now. End step, get a prep counter. Windwalker Boot's kind of good. So we're looking for level up. I guess he could just raw level up into the other Tristan as well, right? It's like a lot of options. Downstairs.
I do feel though Merlin is just always a ticking time bomb here. That every turn that they get, that's another level to be added to the fireball counter.
Hey, yeah, you're 100% right on that. Right, there's not a lot you can do with Merlin levels, Fireball obliterates you through everything. Ooh, there it is. There's the Ghost of Pendragon. So sending back Drawn Blade is kind of nice because now you're not afraid of Ascension. I do like Ghost of Pendragon. Pay 2, 3, 4, return a card, draw 2. Good old Ghost of Pendragon. Swinging for 3 is like really strong too. The question is, will he swing face or will he kill a Dungeon Guide? He's gonna swing face. He does know that he needs to push the damage immediately.
It's 7 prep counters on Tristan right here. It's a mastermind scheme away from looking very grim.
Is Mastermind Scheme Shadow Strike lethal? Needs to Terrafring, and also if he has no Resolute, has to Terrafring. If he has no Resolute, I think he's just dead.
Oh,
Quicksilver. Okay, so Quicksilver Grail Mantle is interesting here. So oftentimes it's Gear Strike Gloves plus GCR or Mantle plus Quicksilver Grail. Mantle allowing you to, in response to an attack declaration or something, you're able to activate the Quicksilver Grail on enter the Mantle, pay 3 and create a token, Shadow. Really is a Dungeon Guide, right? Like Mastermind Scheme plus Shadow Strike is lethal. I guess he can technically do it from Shadow Reaver.
Yeah, the other Tristan just doesn't.
I've just never seen anyone try to do that. So let's see. 8 counters goes to 16 counters. Shadow Strike for 20 plus the weapon plus the Dungeon Guide is 2 off lethal. 20, 21, 22 puts him at 27, 1 off lethal. So
pop the Mantle.
Yeah, you pop the Mantle and attack with the Shadow, with Shadow's Claw.
And you can also draw an additional card right here with the boots as well.
Yep. He could have it. Mastermind Scheme is crazy though. The fact that you just get Agility 3 if you have 8 or more counters is like kind of nuts. Agility 3 is so good.
In the think tank right now, a lot of decisions and paths to make here. If I was sitting here in Caven's seat, considering the 3 cards in the Merlin player's hands, if they have the defensive option, do I risk it all to try and win the game here and send us to that game 2? Or do I do a little bit of digging and see if I could find the answers I'm needing?
So many decisions to be made. Unironically, actually not that many decisions to be made. 3 cards in hand, has to keep in mind basically Resolute Stand. So he needs to keep cards for in-cap. Surveil the Winds goes to... Okay, so Surveil the Winds does put him at 9 counters, 9 for 18 with Mastermind Scheme, plus Shadow Strike, puts 23? 18 plus 4 plus 1 is 23 damage without a Shadow, which is just exact lethal. Or it's our 1 over lethal.
And there's Mastermind
Scheme. He doesn't have cards for in-cap, though. It's kind of scary. Does he go for it? Would you go for it if you were Caven right now?
I'd go for it.
Actually, I think he does have cards for in-cap. He might actually have 6 cards in his hand. Oh, never mind.
I think it's just the consideration of, are you afraid that they'll win on your turn, on their next turn? And I don't currently see a way, if looking at the board state, to lose to the Merlin unless there was a double fireball in memory at this point. And at that, it's just unlucky. So Caven decided not to
fireball,
go for it.
you could still Veiling Breeze, right? So the other nice thing about the... Oh my goodness, he's just Prismatic Edge. So then one of the nice things about playing Mantle is that it allows you to put 3 cards down for Veiling Breeze as well. Prismatic Edge just come out like that. On enter, reveal memories. Prismatic Edge on enter, trigger. What is Caven's response? Does he Veiling Breezing Goo?
Interesting.
Veiling for 4. Because he knows he's gonna lose one of the cards. Oh, double chilling touchdown there. Holy whoa.
And we do see that
That fireball in memory. So imagine if Caben played the chilling touch that was taken from Shadow Reaver and hit the fireball.
Yeah, where did those cards go that were banished?
They're underneath the banish pile. Face
Gotcha.
face up vertically.
I see that here. So yeah, Caven still has those options.
Ooh, influence
One
of
them
10.
being
Influence of 10 about to happen kind of crazy. Influence of 10 is triple fireball. Triple fireball on level 7, 888. Only 2 fireballs need to resolve for lethal.
But there is a veiling.
Oh, but there's a veiling.
on
You're
the-
right.
yeah.
You're right. Right. So 444. Ooh, it's not quite there. And I believe we know there's another veiling too. Because he showed 2 veilings at the beginning of the game. Also, we're just going to see which cremation ritual draw 3.
Seeing that cremation ritual brings up
In response, Tithe Proclamation. Holy, I didn't even
Wow.
see that was in the deck list. Wait, that's actually so based. So Tithe Proclamation means he can only draw. He draws 0 for that, basically, because he drew 1 for the Ascension, 1 for turn, and 1 for even level counter, right? Because he's on 4.
Yeah, so he doesn't get the Library Witch or the 2 from the cremation ritual.
Holy! Actually owned. That's a gotcha moment for sure. Bro, if someone did that to me, I might just scoop out of pure embarrassment. I'd be so sad.
If there was any deck to do it to, it is a Fire Merlin who is consistently drawing cards, and that is such a
10 million
big
cards later.
gotcha
Well,
moment.
Resolute Stand in Caben's on the stack of Caben's materialization. Resolute Stand, no in cap available. Resolute Stand. Resolute Stand terrifying. Okay, let's see. So if Caben has Mastermind Scheme, Shadow Strike, he wins. 18, 22, 23 minus 320 puts it at 6. Yeah, he just needs to get 2 prep counters and then Shadow Strike and it's lethal. If he has any way to get 2 prep counters, he has lethal with just Shadow Strike and Shadow's Claw. He needs 22 damage, so 25, 18. Yeah, 18 plus 2 plus 1 plus 4.
Saudi coming in.
Whoa, pass. What the? I guess with the Safeguard Amulet, he can kind of just chill too.
Yeah. It also makes you wonder the cards in Caben's hands. We know about 3 of them right now.
There's no way he doesn't have a Shadow Strike, right?
I've seen it before. I've seen like Merlin decks, especially where bottom 20 cards have all 4 fireballs. It may just be a situation where Caven has not drawn that 1 win condition and is instead just flooded with all his support cards. We do know there's a Stifling Trap, Dream Fairy, Veiling.
I gotta go back and clip the Tithe Proclamation because that was just too good. That was actually just too good.
I feel like we witnessed a real life. You activated my trap card.
Honestly, though, he really did activate his trap card. Library Witch, Cremation Ritual, Tithe Proclamation. By the way, that Tithe is kind of good. I want to say Tithe is good against Merlin or against not Merlin, Tristan, but like Tristan can just draw on your turn, so it's just like I don't know if that really applies. Actually, it makes me sad to think about. Failing.
Oh,
In response to Veiling, Fireball. Fireball
another
for
value.
9 with second Veiling.
Show me another fireball.
I think he said it's good. Thinking emoji.
Consideration.
Thonkering.
The stacks, we got layers. They are building a cake together right now, trying to just confirm where everything is going. It's one
So
of my
attack.
favorite moments.
So stack order here is attack declaration of Ghost of Pendragon for 3 in response Veiling Breeze. On the stack of Veiling Breeze before resolution is a fireball. In response to the fireball is a secondary Veiling Breeze. So the way Veiling Breeze works is that each one will block. So the resolution of the first Veiling Breeze is for 4. Fireball will resolve a fireball for, I believe, 9 damage, meaning he'll take 5.
That does sound like the math is accurate here. It escapes.
So he's going to banish Safeguard on the stack. So Safeguard banish, so he'll take 1 damage. So now he is preventing 4 damage from non-combat damage. He's preventing 4 from the first Veiling Breeze. And the second Veiling Breeze will be preventing 4. So non-combat damage will have to come in for 12. And combat damage will have to come in for 8. Or 9, sorry, to deal 1 damage. So double bailing for 4. And then his Safeguard Amulet is a lot of protection. For the Valorant players out there, it's like it's pre-nerf ISO with the shield. He's got a lot of shields going on right now.
But that is something for the Merlin player to consider now. That is 3 Veiling Breezes out of the deck and out of the way.
Revailing Breeze is gone. Safeguard Amulet gone. Yeah, I think the fear here for Caben is because Caben sees that Semper has 4 cards in hand.
Yes.
So in response to materialization, he can only hit you with 1 fireball, right? Because he has the fractal. If he had 5 cards in hand, double fireball is very realistic here. And it's something you need to be afraid of. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's the prep counters. 19 prep counters, 2 shadows. We're going to see a resolute stand in response to materialization.
Nope, fireball.
2 down for a fireball. It's not going to be enough, though.
9, yeah. We're going to be too short.
Oof. An oof. So he has a resolute stand in his hand, then. But the thing is, he can kill over the resolute, like, somewhat easily.
Yeah. It's already lethal over the resolute with the prepped.
Oh, he just showed it. Oh, he didn't have the resolute. Yeah, he just showed this Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike's lethal. Don't even need the Shadow's Claw. Shadow Strike for 19. It's 24. A lot of damage. A lot of damage.
That
was a game that I didn't expect to go the way it did.
Yeah, it's surprisingly
Caven
close.
Caven had a lot of outs when I thought he was gonna die. Also, okay, I need your opinion on this. What do you think of the Shadow Reaver choice there? Do you think that was a good play? Do you think it was a bad play? Why not?
I I think that play was actually a very good heads-up play by Caben. It's specifically against Merlin in general is why I would say this that choice was better. You are already trying to save your prep counters, not using them because you're going for the one shot. So you're not going to be using those to redirect into your shadow clones anyways. And those shadow clones aren't going to be doing anything on the board since you're not really going to be making many attacks as Tristan, and you don't want to bring out the claw just quite yet. So going into the Shadow Reaver allows you to try and steal advantage from the Merlin player. If you found a Fireball or a Ghost of Pendragon, that just really puts the Merlin player one less win con and more on the back foot, and allows you as the Tristan player, you could bring out then your Shadow's Claw, Ghost of Pendragon that back in, bring it out for free, and it opens up a lot of more avenues and play for you, and allowing you to not only just take over the game and set the Merlin player behind.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess he had in the long term he had the protection so that if even going Shadow Reaver and slowing down the game plan of damage for chip to kill, he still had many ways to live.
Yeah.
Because usually my biggest issue with going Shadow Reaver is that it puts you one turn away from killing the opponent, and you're basically gambling for a good banishment that you can play. Because if you go into Shadow Dancer and they don't have Resolute on that turn, you hit them once and then you hit them for 5. And hitting them for 5 usually puts people within Mastermind Shadow Strike lethal range. Also, he didn't have an outlook. I don't think he saw a single outlook.
That is true. That's one of those cards that was such a very good benefit, not only from the prep counter, but preventing interaction on your turn.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy game. There were a lot of things that happened and didn't happen. And Tithe Proclamation is definitely going to be the snapshot for this game when you ask me that. But otherwise, I don't know. Shadow Reaver's good. I think it's a bit risky in most cases, but 2 Veiling Breeze kind of makes it free no matter what.
Looking at sideboards here for Caben, I believe those Blanches, 3 Blanches come in right away in the 1 Incapacitate, additionally coming in from there. Everything else doesn't seem as beneficial against a long-term level 3 deck, and some things that we could be taking out here. Ensnaring Fumes seems like a good one. We don't want to give the Ghost of Pendragons back to the Merlin.
You don't think Cleansing Reunion's kind of decent here?
Cleansing.
They Creative Shock floating and you're just Cleansing Reunion them.
That is a very valid option, but I'm not sure if you're wanting to play that reactive against them when you want to be a little bit more proactive with your own generation of prep counters and draw. But if Caben is going the Shadow Reaver route, the Cleansing Reunions do make more sense.
Also hard. What do you take out, right? Because putting Blanche in, putting the Incap in, putting the Cleansing Reunions in would be great. 7 cards though, so you swap what? 3 cards go in for the Swift Recruits, and then where do you find the other 4 slots? Umbra Sight for Incap, but then how do I fit in the 3 Cleansing Reunions? Maybe for
1
Dream
slot
Fairies?
for Ensnaring Fumes and 2 Dream Fairies?
Maybe. That's not too bad. Innervate Agility is also not too bad. But Innervate can save you a lot in this matchup. Having that Spell Shroud available is kind of good sometimes.
And let's take a quick glance as the early turns here for the Merlin. Perhaps that 1 Resolute Stand. We have Tether and Flame seems like a very interesting option as well against Tristan.
Tether's really nice. Tether's really nice because they don't have flame sweeps to overcome the shadow redirect. So being able to tether in flames and force damage to be taken. Because let's say you go for a fireball, right? You fireball, they incap, you tether. They basically just take the same damage no matter what. You just have to expend an extra card for it. But it is a way to force damage to go through. And tether also goes through the Veiling Breeze because it's unpreventable.
Yes. And then a lot of good options to take out, mostly your anti-ally package, as we're really not too concerned about
Oh, yeah, that Purge in Flames probably coming out.
yeah.
All right, moment of truth. Does he have the Cleansing Reunion for the Savage Slash? It would be kind of based.
We're looking at Saudi.
The boots before level up is always interesting to me. It does net you one. It's like neutral prep counter gain. I guess he just doesn't want to level up yet because he doesn't want to expend the card to level up. You notice that Caben's mat says number 30 on it? Wouldn't you thought he would get a mat that says Caben number 1? Since he won the first ascent and has literal number 1. Give me one moment. I'm gonna rejoin. I'm gonna check the
prep counter
feature match. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, as Once is checking out that, we are just looking at prep counter on Tristan here. There was a Saudi that was played, killed a shieldmate, and then returned to hand, and it looks like we were just missing a trigger. So just want to make sure the game state is kept in a proper...
They thought it was class bonus. They mixed it up.
Okay.
He knew about the boots being class bonus. So he was like, yeah, known from boots. And I was like, yeah, but Sadie's not a class bonus for prep, which is why it's so good. Yeah, so we should be back. Correct the number of prep counters.
Yes, I was just
Go to 3.
to
chat
what was happening.
About to go to 4. Yup. Everything pre-recollection. She's a 4 already. One more for Fairy Whispers. Oh my god, it's actually happening right now. This is the dopamine rush of playing all 3 on top. Reveal Surveil. Okay. Now we go to turn. We've expended our entire hand, and now we can play the game again. We can now play the game. Feels okay, man. So many fast actions. Kind of crazy. Whoa, Sadie. Again. Sadie gets agility this time. Poggers.
Such a menace.
Windwalker boots. Pick up all cards. Yup. Pretty good.
Such a well-designed card. The fact that she can not only generate value for your champion, but protect herself if she does get a kill. It feels very on theme as an assassin card, and just good in general.
The thing that makes it crazy to me is that you can activate the ability on the stack multiple times.
Just in case someone tries to be a little cheeky and remove her after you try and claim her back.
Yup. Yerp.
Spark rights not the answer to Sadie, unfortunately.
Sadie is really good. Every time I look at Sadie, I'm like, this card is crazy.
And right now we're currently just in the main phase for the Merlin player here. And after a couple of thinking, it's just a pass on over.
Oh, backup charger. Do you think he has it? Are you a believer?
I'm not a believer. There's no way 2 times in a row.
Oh, okay. Surveil into the backup charge. Surveil again. Okay, okay. So we're going to 8 counters on level 1 Tristan here, and then he's gonna backup charge. That's so crazy. That is so many cards. So Caven should be at influence of what, 10 now?
10 sounds
10 or
yeah.
11? Oh, there it is.
Wow.
There it is. +1. Influence
just
of a billion.
ever since such disbelief, you have to double check the deck list to make sure there's only one turbocharge in there.
So the real question is, how many times do you think he dungeon guides this game? Because his deck list only has 3 dungeon guides now instead of 4.
At this rate, though, I think it's going to be twice. I would even dungeon guide into level 2 if needed.
Dungeon guide level 2 is a neutral. Well, if you don't count spending the dungeon guide from your hand. Dungeon guide, reclaim dungeon guide is kind of good though. You bring out your. I guess he's not running Assassin's Rippers anymore, so I guess you don't really need it. You could use it to pay for Tithe though. But then Merlin eats your reclaim. Never mind. Dumb idea. Merlin eats too many things. So Merlin with the Terrafring.
I feel like we just lost the turn as the Merlin player. Ended up not doing anything on their turn, passing, and then not playing anything at the end of
Eating his own
Caven's turn.
shieldmate. Wait, wasn't that shieldmate there from last turn? Why didn't he eat it on Caven's turn? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm just missing something.
I'm not sure. Maybe in fear of a cleansing reunion.
Maybe. Incapacitate, so he loses the flame rune. Doesn't get the draw, but he still gets the floating, so it's actually not too bad. Incapacitate, good. Incapacitate, cremation ritual, incapacitate, ascension, incapacitate, creative shock. Some good value in those. Okay, I think Caven actually has 10 cards in his hand. Or influence. Is that a Zephyr? Wait, he's Zephyr sideboard?
He did.
Oh, he runs Zephyr in the main now. What the?
3 Zephyr main.
Maybe he's afraid of Diana's again. 2 down, return Sadie. Kingdom, dude, he's gonna mastermind scheme and just end the game in 1 turn. Recollect and draw. Whoa.
No
Dungeon
Terrafring
guide,
popped here
mastermind
either.
scheme, Shadow Strike is
Yep.
GG.
And that's what it looks like is going to be
I'm pretty
happening
sure it's
here.
happening. He has a lot of influence.
Time is money and money is power. And
I think
Caven
Semper
has
should
a
have
lot of
considered the
cards.
Terrafring this turn. Windmill, Engineer, and
Depending on the
I agree
Tristan
with
he's
Barry.
going into is if he has lethal. Okay.
Yep, yes, he has lethal.
Yeah.
Shadow's Claw's coming up. All right, here we go. Here we go. Mastermind scheme. 22 counters.
Mastermind scheme.
22 counters. Here we go.
Oh. Dice went flying. And then
Yeah, the funny part is Chikalu's totally right. 11 counters with Shadow Strike with the Shadow's Claw is 16. Right? 15 Shadow Strike prep for 11's 15 damage, plus the Claw's 16 damage. Each of the shadows hit for 2. That's lethal. And he doesn't even need the dungeon guide to swing. That's crazy.
Oh, and it looks like Stamp kind of bricked there with the amount of Crux cards in hand.
I think he needed to just force level up when he had cards down.
Yeah.
He really needed to just force the level up. That's hard. Health on board, dead. That's crazy. So fast game 2 here, going to Caven. Going to be having 17 minutes left in the round. So realistic start time of next round, probably about 25 minutes from now. We will probably be able to go into the champion meta breakdown shortly here. So big shout out to Super Mitch, the greatest, Merlin's Marketplace himself. Big thanks to Mitch for giving us the champion meta breakdown. So yeah, you want to start us off here, Valk?
Yeah, alrighty. So taking a look at here, our number one representation is Sylvie coming in. Of course, everyone's going to be playing that with the Recollection deck and the amount of just power and prowess it has. Followed closely behind by 0.03, just about, we have Lorraine, as seen in multiple rounds, a bunch of wind variants, and probably adding into the Crux hybrids and Crux solos. And then falling down, Tristan and Tenoris. Bringing up the second half of the deck, Tyler, what are we thinking here?
So interesting to looking at that Tenoris number. So that Tenoris number actually is inflated by the fact that we have Nico players. We have at least 5 Nico players. Nico showing a half for each Nico in the deck. It's possible that we do have things like Lorraine into Nico, Diana into Nico, but it's usually going to be Tenoris into Nico. We also have Xander. Xander finally seeing some representation. We haven't seen Xander in a while. That guy's been dead on arrival since like the 3rd week of MRC. Everyone said Veiling Breeze and Incap. Attempt to light weavers, Incap. Attempt to uncover, Incap. So yeah, Xander's been falling off, but it's good to see Arsana and Diana getting some representation here. I actually unironically think that Diana's really good right now, because Veiling for 6 is pretty hard, and taser locking people with Diana, especially into Tristan, is like really good right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of Tristan players aren't running Zephyr. So like we did see it in Caven's list just now, but I've noticed a lot of people are not running it.
And Tristan's do draw a lot of cards, so the Creeping Torments will be adding up as well.
It basically nullifies like a whole bunch of things you want to play, like Surveil the Winds. It stops your Scout the Land if you're running that. It's, you know, it makes your Tristan level 2 trigger a little bit more frustrating to deal with as well. But I mean, I think the biggest thing I'm noticing here is that other category. Like that other category is bigger than the Diana category, which means if I recall correctly, I did see someone say they were playing Pulkhawk. We might have some other builds with things like Alan. If Jeff is playing today, we're going to see an Alan up there. And I mean, what else would we see in other that I'm missing? Rare chance, maybe a Mordred?
Mordred or Vanitas, I think, is the other viable option.
It's probably Vanitas. You're probably right. Yeah. Mordred, I feel like Mordred is so uncommonly seen. He's not really a popular one.
Yeah, but amazing amount of representation. We have, what is it, 9 unique champions on the chart itself, plus 3 others that are mysteries. So very healthy, seeing a huge variety out here. Comparing it to past ones where you kind of saw that domination of Sylvie, domination of Tristan, Lorraine had her time, but everyone making sure they have their chances here.
Yeah. So moving on to that, after Champion Meta Breakdown, we have Spirit Meta Breakdown. It's a classic here. A nice new graphic from Super Mitch, something we haven't seen before, but shortly. But it makes me want to talk about this. I made a meme on Twitter, and I need to know if you agree or disagree with the meme. Now the meme is basically everyone looking at Priscilla like, oh, it's the distracted boyfriend meme where Priscilla's like standing there walking with the boyfriend because everyone loves Priscilla. She's so hot. And then the guy looks over and he's like, oh my God, Shira. What are your thoughts on Shira?
Unfortunately, I have been distracted by Shira. I think she is so much better than Priscilla.
I love this guy. I love this guy. Based.
It's I don't want to look at Priscilla anymore.
Honestly, Shira is just there's no other way to put it, you know. When Priscilla was the thing, I was a young boy and I was like, wow. What a wonderful woman. And then I saw Shira and I was like, I'm a fully grown man now. It's time. It's time to get serious about Grand Archive, guys.
Speaking of
Yeah, so
serious, we're looking at our element breakdown now with a beautiful graphics of all these ladies representing their elements, and the
where
number
Vera?
one
Where New Spirit? Where Vera?
and the number one represented element we have here is wind. Is that a surprise to everyone? I'm not sure, but fire is following closely behind. It's
I'm actually
very
surprised we're not seeing more
interchangeable.
water players. Maybe that's weird, but I feel like water is like pretty good right now. Like I guess all the elements are good and comfortable right now, so it feels kind of weird to me to see like a. I guess maybe it's not even weird. Like 1/3 is wind. It's like a quarter of everything. So I don't know. I'm rambling. This seems pretty normal. We have a lot of Sylvie players, like Spirit of Slime Sylvie players in Yeti. So seeing like 20% on Lost Spirit is pretty normal.
Indeed, I am in agreement with you on the water. It would have been nice to see a little bit higher percentage, but it's almost an even split down 30, 30, 20, 20. It's a very healthy, actually 60. Yeah, very healthy breakdown here. We don't see one element overly dominating because of some of its cards. Water has been brought up a lot because of the inclusion of MRC. A lot of cards do help Lost in Thought, Cerulean Decree. More toolboxy than anything.
Yeah,
And
it's
that
nice. It's nice seeing the loss. I mean, I say this every week, but it's really nice seeing that like Lost Spirit. I was gonna say Priscilla, but like Lost Spirit as a Spirit of Slime like does see a lot of play, right? And it performs really well. You know, we've seen it perform in the MRC Open. We see it perform at a bunch of regionals. We saw it perform at Taipei. But I mean, most of the time we look at regionals. Like if we look at ALC meta, it was like there was probably five of the same deck, maybe one or two different decks, one slightly under meta deck. But now, like you can go to a regional, look at top eight, and there might be like seven different decks there. There might be five to seven different decks, and you're just like, whoa. Grand Archive is becoming a game.
it is happening. We finally breached the that point, the tipping point where it's no longer the same things, people just copying. We have brewers finally out here competing and people experimenting and working well with what they have. I do want to also mention this is a 54 player Yeti tonight, which is an amazing thing to see this community uh, coming together for just a weekly like that. The diversity, the of all the different decks. I remember playing Yetis back a couple months ago. We were, 20, 30, and it's slowly been increasing with the help of everyone in this community. Andy is doing a great job running it. We have Serene Productions now here. Being able to stream and cast and just share these wonderful matches between all these players and get Grand Archive on the radar and hyped up for everyone as we continue to end our year with major events.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think people are starting to get a little like I don't want to say burned out of the season, but I think people are starting to like take a bit more of a break as they prepare for regional season, store champ season, and then Ascent Chicago. Because like in June, we had like 70 player weeklies every week, and it was kind of crazy.
Wow, that is a lot of people. Alrighty, and with that, we are going to be waiting for the round to end here. Make sure the judges are able to clear the tables. Everyone doing their extra time, in their five turns or three turns. And I think we are going to go ahead and move on to a short break for us here. Allow everyone at home to go get some water, snacks, use the restroom. You won't be missing any action, and we will be right back here for some more action.
Yep. So thank you guys for joining us so far. Just a reminder, we do the Yeti Webcam Weekly every week on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific or 8 p.m. Eastern. It is completely free to join. The only thing you have to pay for is your prizing. We ship it out at the beginning of every month. So make sure to join the server. Also, make sure to check out Valk. Valk is great. Check out his YouTube. Check out his Twitter. He's a great guy. We'll see you guys back in about 10, maybe 12 minutes.
See ya. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to our final round of Grand Archive here tonight in the Yeti Weeklies. I hope you all have been enjoying this time with us. I know I've been enjoying commentating, being here. It's been such a wonderful experience, and it's been amazing to sit next to OnceInLuv, one of the uh, people who are spearheading this whole foundation, and it's a great opportunity, chatting, talking, just these games. And I just want to hear your thoughts about these last couple of hours we spent talking about Grand Archive together. How are you feeling about tonight?
Tonight's been good. So we've seen a lot of decks that I don't normally get the chance to see. Even though I'm from Canada, I have no locals where I live. I do come down to SoCal fairly often. I'm currently here right now. So I get to play locals here and see kind of like what the meta is down here. And I'm seeing decks in Yeti that I almost never see around here, right? Like obviously Jimmy Lee. Jimmy Lee is he's Jimmy Lee. He does his own thing. Everyone loves him. Everyone knows what he does. Windcrux, not super popular down here. Other things that aren't super popular down here, we saw human wind allies. I don't think is actually as popular here. More people are playing robots if they're playing wind allies. And then for Tristan decks, like we are seeing a lot of really high level combo Tristan decks versus like the earlier ones that have like slice and dice available to them. Things we don't see like Zephyrs. There's no Zephyrs in the Tristan decks. And then what was the other? There's one other deck that we saw today that I thought was interesting. It was so with this Merlin deck, I thought it was interesting that it was still a prismatic focus, so it was like very, very wide, but very little respect for the concept of incapacitate, which I felt like was a bit strange to me.
Yeah, it was sort of. Tristan is very popular right now, so I wonder if that was a local choice. They don't see a lot of Tristans, so they don't prepare for it. Opposed, as you said, now with seeing a variety of decks from different places, groups, areas, and that was more of a personal choice. But we are. I hope you're not tired of Lorraine, because we are actually going to be seeing another Lorraine here on our fourth and final round. We have
Lorraine is the
Wind.
best.
Looking here, it looks like that is the other list. We have a ally list coming in here, and this is going to be a robot. Another list, completely unique. So that means every game we've watched tonight has been a unique list. So we have Robot Wind Lorraine against Fire Sylvie. I'm sorry, Slime
Fire
Sylvie.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute, fire.
Slime Sylvie. I saw the fire slimes and instantly just went to the head here. But a very interesting matchup. This is very MRC focused. We really haven't seen this before. And I'm curious to see your thoughts on just the bare bone matchup between these two kind of aggressive decks.
I want to say that Wind Robots does pretty well into Slime Sylvie kind of has to pop off because the things that stop wind robots are multiple interceptors, multiple taunters. Uh, but and that's just because Spoke Bomb's existence and stuff like that. Dream Fairy. However, if Slime Sylvie gets to a certain point in the game, I think you are guaranteed to kill them because Storm Slime, Stone Scale Band, like Stone Scale Band is such a strong card, and it allows for like a unique cycling gameplay focus that Spirit like a constructed version of Slime Sylvie, I think is the bare minimum level for what makes a deck good. If your deck cannot beat Slime Sylvie, like ever, it's probably really bad. And if it has like a fair matchup to it, it's probably built decently well. That's like a personal opinion. I think that Slime Sylvie is like the bare minimum. Like this is a good deck, and then the really good slime constructed Sylvies like go higher up into like towards like tier 1 decks.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, they're great. Like you said, MRC decks. I'm a huge fan of the robots deck. I really like watching Matt G play it. I'm a big fan of watching. I really like Rose. Rose has been one of my favorite cards since she came out. So watching people go pre-recollection Rose, pop a power cell, and then they go second win rallied advance with another power cell. I'm like, yes, I love this. I love this. So a little biased towards that, but also big Lorraine fan. I learned how to play the game playing Wind Allies. It was a deck I took to Nats, so seeing Wind Allies is always a pleasure for me. It may be boring for others, but I really like being able to count out the combos and look for lethal. It's one of those fun decks for me. But Sylvie, man, watching Sylvie is so hit or miss for me. Sylvie Mirror, hate watching it. Sylvie versus anything else, love watching it. Love watching it.
Yeah, just the way Sylvie plays right now is just a very unique feeling, and so it's always fun to see how it interacts with other decks. But against itself, it's like staring into a mirror. They do the same exact thing until someone storm slimes. But we are jumping into our final round of the night. We have Slime Sylvie on top, Win Lorraine on the bottom, and it looks like Win Lorraine went first, dropping a beautiful SP2 art of Shimmercloak Assassin.
Big fan of Shimmercloak Assassin. I'm actually sure if I like the SP2 art more than the original. I really like that on the original, like the cloak itself actually shimmers, so it does fit the name. But I mean, SP2 is just such a good product. I like the extended art variations.
Sylvie originally not a really good deck when it came out in DOA. It really struggled. And now with the introduction of the Sylvie Recollection and everything, they can have their cake and eat it too. Force Cake being one of the most prevalent cards that Sylvie got. It is so good with the replacing itself, allowing you to advance your board state, keep cards in hand, and then, that one lucky animal or beast gets a little bit stronger.
Force Cake's so good. I actually play Force Cake in non-Sylvie decks. Because at worst it's just pay 2, draw a card, fracturize target.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one. Force Cake is definitely something that I would love to try one day if I could eat that in real life. Shirley, what do you think a Forest Cake is made of?
Ooh.
Do you think it's really light or really heavy?
Just looking at the art, I think it's kind of really heavy. So just gonna analyze, expert and analytical about the Forest Cake. It looks like a graham cracker chocolate on the bottom, and then that first layer is gonna be ice cream, followed by a chocolate mousse, and then that's when you actually get your cake on top, where you have the strawberries baked inside.
Whoa, ice cream sounds so good. Maybe ice cream after Yeti.
The real winners are the ones who got the ice cream.
True. So Sylvie level 1 here, banishing a limitless slime. 2 down to gather slime's pre-recollection, I believe. We're gonna be healing all the damage, probably taking the gray slime.
What is it? Engineered
Oh,
double
sorry,
graze.
we're only healing 2. It's heal for each slime ally card, not for each slime card.
Engineer slime, interesting.
Ooh, engineered slime. Maybe Bestial Frenzy in hand? Bestial Frenzy Cleave? It wouldn't be bad.
And this game's going to be pretty volatile with both decks. They can easily just amass damage out of nowhere. So it's something to always consider, the current board presence of each field, but also the life total. So that heal for 2 doesn't seem that big of a deal, but it is very significant when looking at lethal lines for the robots.
Everyone's like, oh, Vamp Slime heal 3 is fine. And then you're like, wait, I don't have lethal anymore. Especially when Vamp Slime comes in for 7, cleaves for 4, hits 3 targets, recovered 12. Game's just like over half the time.
So we are waiting to see what animal or beast is going to absorb that delicious buff from Sylvie.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in the baby. Nah, it's probably the engineered slime. It just depends if he has a baby red slime. Okay, I'm wondering if he has the bestial frenzy. The force cake on the stack resolves. We're gonna get a buff counter here, so it's gonna be 2 buff counters on the baby reds. Now a 4/3. If Burner has a slime shield in hand, he could play this pretty comfortably, play very safely.
Oh, and the Limitless.
Ooh, this card floating kind of good. 4 cards in hand.
Oh, was that slime swinging into the mannequin?
Wait, was there a mannequin? I thought it was 2 shimmer cloaks.
I thought it was, I believe it's a Shimmer Cloak and then a charged mannequin was the other one on the
Oh,
board.
I see. So he was swinging into the charger mannequin. I misunderstood that. My bad.
The reclaim, saving that mannequin, and then I'm not sure if trying to kill the mannequin was the play. That 5 damage it was, or 4 damage. Didn't discard a fire. 2 faces seems so strong right now.
Removing allies from board is pretty comfortable, though. It's a good feeling to be able to just remove damage on the board overall. The reclaim is pretty good, though. Ooh, manufacture cell. Manufacture cell is pretty gas here. End step, you're going to be gaining that power cell, draw a card. The cycle for manufacture cell, really, really effective. The question is, do we see lethal now? Is it going to go for it? Needs to be able to deal with the baby gray slime. 1 in hand means what? Slime's blessing. Slime's shield is 2 cost, right?
It's 3 drop that costs 1 less. Yes.
Sure. So 1. It's a 2 cost at 1 less, but you need to be level 2 for it to be 1 less. Yeah, it's class bonus level 2. Card cost 1 less, but 2 cost. So slime shield is not available. 1 card in hand in this deck.
Is there a line? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 influence. Lorraine kills the baby slime with Sword of Seeking. That leaves 2, 4, 6 damage from Shimmer Cloak and Power Cells, putting 5 in hand. You could second wind to make that.
Hey, I think if you're going for lethal here, you go Ornamental Greatsword, target Shimmer Cloak, pre-recollection, crack 1 power cell. Then you would look for play a charge mannequin or play something, swing into the swing face with it if it's a charge mannequin, then sack the power cell for your Shimmer Cloak, attack with second wind to increase it, and then swing again. It's not quite lethal, but it's a lot of damage on board.
The 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8 attack with the second wind, so 16. Yeah, it would have been one short.
Actually,
But...
it is lethal, isn't it? It would be lethal.
Oh yeah, because they sort of seeking or the
Because there's two damage counters on Sylvia already. Oh, rallied advance. Imbued Andronica kind of good though. So she'll have vigor +1/+1, 2 buff counters.
One
Ooh.
thing to note for everyone who does come across Andronicas or plays them in their deck, she does only receive 1 buff counter. The +1/+1 is a passive effect. I know some people
It's part of the
use a...
imbue requirement, or the imbue effect.
Correct.
Oh, clears board. Clear board is good. You know you want to go Sylvie 2 here. I'm surprised they didn't clear with the Sword of Seeking for the baby Gray Slime.
Get that
That's
additional
that was like
damage.
totally inefficient in the order of things. It lost out on 1 damage or like 2 damage. Right, you swing into the baby Gray with Sword of Seeking, kill, and then hit face with the Shimmer Cloak or the Andronica instead for 3.
Yeah.
So if they miss lethal by 2, it's because of that play specific. Sylvie 2, no draw, really sad. Yeah, being able to draw 1 on Sylvie is pretty ideal. It's kind of tough though. It's sadly not the easiest matchup. Allies are very good at removing things on board, especially wind, right? You have a lot of options. Dream Fairy, Stifling Traps. You can Zephyr in your end step. Whoa, Dungeon Guide. Stifling Trap? Do we see a Stifling? No Stifling Trap. Ooh.
Wow. A
So
greedy play.
no Fairy Whispers, no Stifling Traps. It's going to be kind of hard here. Sylvie level 3 is pretty good. On enter effect, the next slime ally you activate this turn costs 2 less to activate and enters with 2 additional buff counters. Now, that effect immediately applies on activation of the card. It is not like a triggered ability on the stack. So when you activate the card, when the card resolves, it immediately comes in with 2 buff counters. Also, Slime Sylvie being the tribal deck does allow you to have elemental requirements of advanced element slime cards you activate are ignored. So you can play Crux, Terra, Arcane, Luxum, Neos, good joke, Astra, and Umbra. As long as they're slimes.
You can run the whole kitchen sink of slimes in this Sylvie deck now.
So if you're burner right now, you're probably hoping for it. It's probably ethereal slime, right? You like hope you have an ethereal slime to kill the Shimmer Cloak. Ooh, Storm Slime.
100%, yeah. Ethereal slime is the number one to help minimize board pressure, but the thunder slime, storm slime is a really good pressure on just Lorraine herself. That's probably going to be 5 from the spell damage, and then another 5 swinging into Lorraine. That's having her effective HP, and Burner sitting at quite a nice 25 HP, and is in a good spot to not get OTK'd by the current setup.
Storm Slime. Storm Slime on enter trigger resolve. Targeting. Thinking about Stifling Trap, maybe?
If you didn't Stifling Trap the Dungeon Guide, I'm not sure.
He might have wanted to specifically Stifling Trap the Storm Slime to stop it. Zephyr. Targeting the Shimmer Cloak. I see. So the Storm Slime on enter trigger as a spell targets the Shimmer Cloak. In response, Zephyr to fizzle the target there.
Interesting. Okay. And we did see that the KCQ did have another Andronica in memory on the first imbue, so losing this one isn't that big of a setback here. that Shimmercloak can be buffed back up.
Storm Slime swings face for 5. Oh, swings into Andronica. Oh,
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking with the
too late. Sadly, on Death Effect not being applied here because only one card in memory. Maybe looking to put slimes into the graveyard for Guy's Blessing activation. Interesting. Seems like a very sad Storm Slime turn because Shimmercloak's going to return. Andronica does die, but then he can imbue another one and he has a Rallied Advance in hand. So let's see. We're going to see Power Cell on this Shimmercloak. So Shimmercloak will have 4 attack or 4 power. It'll get 2 more from the Poison Coating Oil, putting it at 6. It'll get 2 more from the Power Cell, so it swings for 8. Rallied Advance for 2 is 10 damage. Swings for 8 again, 18 damage, putting Sylvie at 21. 3 damage required. Andronica imbued for 3 is 1 more damage on the Shimmercloak, which is 2 overall, so that it would be lethal. Imbued Andronica into Rallied Advance is lethal, assuming there's no interaction here for Sylvie.
Yeah, that is a very solid line of play. 2 cards in hand for Sylvie, so it does have to be a Slime Shield is probably the only way to be able to
Yeah,
survive this.
I don't think there's anything else in this deck that stops that. Let's see, 7 cards in hand. Imbue Andronica. Andronica would come in for 3. So oh, actually, you might be short 1 card to do that because of the Power Cell, but you don't need it because the Imbued Andronica makes up the difference in the attack. So 6 Imbued Andronica makes it 7. Andronica swings for 3, puts you at 6. You swing for 7, 13, Rallied Advance to 15, another 7. I guess it's not quite enough. Is it 1 short? So we're going to see swing for 8, 11, Rallied Advance for 2.
I'm curious to see the influence now here.
Oh, sword doesn't rest, but it does break. Receiver 2. Shimmercloak swings for 8, 21.
So it doesn't look like we have that Andronica line that you initially were speaking of. 3 cards in hand, it appears.
Yeah, having to pop the extra Power Cell was 1 card short of lethal. Close though. I mean, putting Sylvie to 21 is pretty scary.
You gain an extra 4 damage off of the Power Cell, but if you want the Andronica route, that means you get 2 damage from the counter the Shimmercloak gets, and then Andronica swings for 3 herself, so that route would be 1 damage short instead of 2.
Yeah, it's like so close. No matter how many ways you look at it, you're like 1 damage off where you want to be. I think the nice thing is though is if you do imbue Andronica here and then play Rallied Advanced, you have 2 allies on the field, 1 with Vigor, and you also still have a Power Cell. So if you go charge Mannequin in future turns, you still have that available to you. It also makes killing the Shimmercloak a bigger threat because you can just pop it pre-Arc Collection and go 4 for 4 damage. Well, gather. Well, Horde of Beast Calling to draw a card, kind of good.
All right, a little bit of heal is going to go a long way. And now since the next slime is reduced here, I wonder what's going to be making its appearance. Our top end slimes we're looking at are Storm, Twilight, Ethereal, and
Ooh, one down to Blissful Calling.
Verdant.
Needs to hit on this. It basically has to be Vamp or Ethereal, right? I guess you could theoretically play. You could play a Storm Slime again because you do have. You'll have cards in memory.
Gonna be a little bit crazy here, but there's no Vamp slime in this list.
Well, me not look at list, Keck. My bad. I did notice
No,
there were 2 Twilight Slimes, which I thought was a bit strange.
2 main deck Twilight and 2 main deck Verdant.
Verdant break items. Strong.
And how we were talking about the Bestial Frenzy play, there's not a single Bestial Frenzy in this list either.
What the? Why isn't there a What a Bestial Frenzy? I'm so sad. Me cooked. By the end of every Yeti, I like start talking about things that could happen in the deck list, and they just don't exist in the deck list. Like half the time, I'm sitting here like, what am I even talking about right now? Talking about the theory of things I would want to play. I do like Gaia Songbird. I think Gaia Songbird is pretty nice in slimes.
It allows you to hit your top end slimes without having to worry about running into any of your smaller little babies.
Oh, whoa! I think it's Jover. It was a baby gray slime, and then stifling trap end step to kill the baby gray slime.
It does look like it. Any additional
For 3. Lorraine swings for 1.
ally would just take
Lurking
it here.
Assailant. Good Jover. Game 1 goes to Wind Robots. Wind Robobos are kind of strong.
Only a little. We just hit for 16 in a turn.
When they first teased Power Cells, I was like, this is okay. I don't think this will be that great. And then once they released the rest of the set, I was like, wait, these things are crazy.
Hold on. They cooked.
Like, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can pop these pre-recollection.
Now, for everyone's favorite time after game 1, we're looking at sideboards here. Robos, we have a water bauble, which will not be coming in here. All baubles are inefficient against Slime Sylvie at this current moment. We do have Innervate, is 2 Zephyrs, 3 Verdigris, and a Trained Hawk or 2. I'm looking here. I really don't think Hawks need to come in. Reprograms seem very inefficient against slimes. I honestly don't think we sideboard much here. Perhaps bring in those Zephyrs to help protect your allies from being targeted or attacked. But everything else, the deck's doing what it needs to do. You just want to be as fast and consistent as possible.
I think Innervate for Deflecting Edge might be kind of good. Because if he goes to try to lethal you with like a Stone Scale Band fast activated Storm Slime, he could just Innervate Agility.
Yeah. Stop the whole turn. And Innovate does protect against Storm Slime as well with that Spell Shroud.
Yeah. Very good. I think what you really want to see here is you want the Fairy Whispers to dig for an Eternal Magistrate. Because if you get an Eternal Magistrate on the field, Dungeon Guide. And Dungeon Guide can't Avatar of Gaia. Unless you play them just raw. Play a Dungeon Guide, pay 3, wait to level up.
Ew. Leveling up normally with Dungeon Guides.
Also, I noticed that he had the Reclaim. He only has 2 Reclaims in his deck. Let's see. 2 Zephyrs come in, 2 Innervates come in. It'll be Deflecting Edge out and something else out, right?
Probably we take out 2 Roses.
It's 2 Roses or 2 Lurkings, I think. It's probably Lurking, just because even though Lurking is like a really good turn 1, against Sylvie, you don't necessarily need Lurking. You probably just want more consistency. It might even just be no Innervates in and just 2 Zephyrs for 2 Deflecting Edges. Because being able to Zephyr in response to like a reprogram or anything like that, even though he doesn't know what burner has available to him, knowing that like most people sideboard reprograms, especially since wind robots are so good, right?
Yeah, it's you just windmill slam those in instantly. I'm very curious on the Shadows win.
You saw that the Shadow Spin does like communion.
Yeah, what lowering your opponent's level by 1. I'm trying to think about a matchup where that the relevancy, I guess, against the aggro human Lorraines to stop like Banner Knight turns.
It's Pride, I think. I think it's for Pride. So you can you can remove a level from them, and then on their level 3, and they can't Pride.
Oh, for the mirror matches. Okay.
Yeah, because it's a permanent -1 level because it's a Fantasia, right? So they have to
Yes.
break the Fantasia to deal with that.
Interesting. Okay. Both sideboards do seem very specific and catered towards matchups that probably these players find unfavorable or just really not a fan of playing against. So really only a couple of cards here and there, and we're getting back into the action.
Shimmer Cloak, good starter, a classic. Sylvie level 1, banishing a Slime's Blessing. I'm pretty sure that's sideboarded, right? Slime's Blessing is only in the sideboard. Whoa. So it did come in. Interesting. Wonder what it swapped for.
Yeah, and just the additional buff counter for
It's a level counter too. Slime's Blessing for a level counter.
Is there a time you really want the levels though? I guess for Slime King, but everyone else is he's not running.
Verdant is Pride 4, isn't it?
I'm about to expose myself. Probably I have not touched the silly deck.
Verdant is Pride 5. Sorry, Pride 5.
Okay. Vernon's Pride 5. It just seems like a very interesting choice. Usually you see Slime's Blessing when people are running lustrous slimes to gain that additional counter on them. So then when they die, you get that much more healing off of it.
Whoa. Baby Gray with a buff counter. Spooky 2/2. Leaving that up's kind of nice though, because the Shimmer Cloak has. If the Shimmer Cloak wants to swing, you just intercept, retaliate, kill it.
And then it has some built-in protection as well, so it's going to be staying alive.
And it had baby blue slime.
And I believe that is a one of in the deck, that baby blue chillin'.
That baby blue on the field is kind of nice because if you know you're going to level 2, that means that you can use it to protect the baby gray slime from 2 more damage, and then I don't know. It's hard to get 6 damage on the board right now in a single turn, unless you want to do something like poison coating oil or some shit. If you want to clear board, what's the ideal here? You just meme poison coating oil, and then you play another Shiver Cloak.
So what you do here is you swing Shimmercloak into baby blue. In response, they'll probably protect baby gray, and you respond by stifling trapping the baby gray for your board clear.
Well, Stifling Trap on that's kind of scary though. I don't know about that one. I don't think Stifling Trap to make them -1 is actually that worth it. I guess it's also what you backup charge, double charge Mannequin also clears.
Yeah.
Ooh, Andronica. Whoa.
That seems like a pretty good option right now. So many cards just filtered in gain for this turn.
Fairy Whispers. Fairy Whispers in this deck is so good. It helps you dig for second wind, rallied advanced, Andronica, Stifling Trap, Magistrate.
It looks like we may be going with that charged mannequin play that you initially spoke of. Getting a nice 2/3 body on board thanks to that power cell.
Oh,
Oh.
Dream Fairy. Okay, that's also not bad. That's also not bad. Dream Fairy is the less ideal version of that, though, because Dream Fairy gives him 1 influence back and lets him banish the card if he wants to. But it works in the end. All right, here we go. Sylvie level 2. Bestial Frenzy, even though it's not in the deck. Flame Sweep, even though you're normal element.
Let's just play our normal cleave card. Oh, the king is gone.
Is that a Gather Slimes?
That is a Gather Slimes.
On enter Sylvie trigger. Depression. Sylvie is triggered depression. Draw nothing. Draw despair.
Due to the errata of the rulebook, Depression no longer uses the stack, so it is a
True.
your opponents can't
Oh,
respond.
pain.
Clear dungeon guide. What's advanced spirit slime? We're thinking a
It's ethereal. Ethereal's
ethereal.
based. Ethereal's like the most ideal one you can hit here. Because you can cycle the card. So you play it and then you draw a card immediately because you banish something. It goes to a 5/5 and you use it to just kill anything on the field that you need to kill.
So we're probably going to get rid of that Shimmer Cloak. We learned our lesson from game 1. We don't keep that on the field. It just turns into a huge
It might
problem.
be the Dream Fairy because he still has the Baby Gray Slime, right?
He does, but only 2 cards in hand, so he wouldn't be able to play it. Oh, but
Cool. It is the Dream Fairy.
interesting. But I just feel like this is another scary situation where we could have go into Lorraine level 1 and have a big turn with power cells.
Oh, Manufacturer Cell is so good. God, I love that card. That card is actually so crazy. Draw 1, make a power cell. At any time. That's so good. All you need to have is any automaton on the field. You can play it in response to something dying, too.
Mannequin slightly stronger this turn. Are we looking at perhaps an Andronica coming here?
A little chippy. A little chip damage coming in. Seeing Sylvie at 8. Charge Mannequin with the extra power cell. Interesting. Trying to go like wide instead of tall right now. Maybe he's actually afraid of reprogram.
I'm sorry, I must have missed something. There's a human in this deck?
Windrider Vanguard. Windrider Vanguard's kind of nice though because it helps with the imbue and it's just a 2/3 body, and you get the benefit of the class bonus. So Andronica plus Windrider Vanguard is like really good against sweeps.
Getting that extra retaliation against it, yeah. 2/3 is the stat line to be. 3 toughness is the magical number. That is what a lot of allies struggle to beat. As you see, most of them top out at 2 power for just a basic 2 or 3 cost ally. Um, and then the sweep cards that Lauren has access to, and Tenoris, of course, as well, is 3 damage is their like potential. 4 damage is mostly the ceiling for them.
Just got the first reports in. So we currently have 6 people that are 3-0. So we had 6 people in contention for a 4-0, which is a win a booster box. We've just confirmed that Brightwing on Fire Merlin has beat Poro on Water Neos control. Brightwing is the first of the winners for a 4-0.
Congratulations to them. That booster box is going to be delicious. And yeah, that's something to mention here. These players are both 3-0. That means they're fighting for their chance at a booster box and some gold packs.
Yep, so they will be guaranteed the gold pack because they did get 3 wins. They just 4-0 for the booster box. And then I believe it's 3 wins splits. 3 wins or more splits gold packs.
Okay, the 3.
But it's a lot because every event now we're doing double event kits. So it's 2 event kits per event because we have like 3 events a month, and there's a lot of people also.
More of the story is come on and play into Yeti weeklies. These prizings are amazing for a free tournament. Yes, you do have to pay for shipping when you want that, but Andy is at a bunch of events, so you can pick that up if you go in person, if you go meet them. And it's a great experience.
Verdant Slime coming in with 2 buff counters.
He's about to be really strong.
Pride 5 taunt 4/4 is kind of good. You can still retaliate even with Pride. Horn of Beast Calling is so good. Draw a card, play something for 3 cost for free. Oh, second ethereal slime. Wait, this game's over.
Whoa.
That's a rough one. Stifling Trap though. Stifling Trap is pretty good. Expend a lot of cards though. So I think we're gonna see the level up here for Lorraine.
Yeah, feeling kind of the pressure from these slimes coming in. That Stifling Trap gonna mitigate the bleeding just ever so slightly. But we're gonna have to find a way around this taunt unit without using too many resources.
Is it Guy's blessing time? Banish 4 for Gaius? I don't actually know how many slimes are in graveyard. The baby gray, baby blue. Ethereal slime. Is there another one?
There was a limitless, I believe, but it might have been used to level up.
Leveling up with a reclaim. Whoa.
Smoke bomb. That's not a level up.
Okay, interesting. Smoke bombs on the verdant slime. Doesn't want to use the on enter ornamental greatsword yet. Waiting for kill turn. So one more turn away from attempting to go for it. Kind of risky to stay on Spirit, though. Like 13 damage in a turn is not unrealistic at all.
Already staring down 5 from the...
What the? He smoke bombs.
Is he going for lethal this turn?
He's going to pop the power cell right now. Wait, he didn't pop the power cell. Wait. Huh? Did he just want another card? I'm lost. I'm confused. I guess
with
smoke bombs technically just says draw one.
5, 6, 7...
Oh, armored Valkyrie.
9, 10, 11. I count with an armored Valkyrie and Andronica, that's 11 damage on board, plus the power cell is 13, so we're 2 damage short.
Andronica doesn't get the +1/+1 buff counters unless you have class bonus.
That's true. So yeah,
You can
the smoke
imbue
bomb
it for a
plays
2/2 with vigor, but that's it.
a smoke bomb, a very suspicious play then.
I guess smoke bombs pushing damage here to 16 isn't so bad because next turn you can swing into the if you split damage enough, you can swing into the Verdant Slime with like a single power celled Shiver Cloak, and then you can rallied advance or second win something else for damage. Probably Covenant of Thorns if it's Quicksilver Grill. The moment you feel like you're a little bit afraid of dying. Covey.
Unless there's like a stifling trap or a combat trick in KCQ's hand right now, a Storm Slime off the top can go ahead and guarantee this game here. We're thinking about swinging with that Ethereal. Working on clearing the board here.
Whoa. Storm Slime. Storm Slime before Gaia's Blessing? I guess he can't Gaia's. He's probably missing one slime. Storm Slime for like 5, probably? Why Shimmer Cloak? Shimmer Cloak dead. Big dead. So I think the play here might be Storm Slime attacks the Armored Valkyrie, specifically to see if he decides to play... Oh. What the?
He Storm Slimed the Valkyrie, okay. I was trying to go for a full board clear.
Oh, sorry, he etherealed the Shimmer Cloak. My bad, I missed that. I see. I am fully seeing and understanding what happened. Storm Slime on the Armored Valkyrie is strange to me, but I guess he wants the... He wants some sort of automaton. I'm surprised he didn't just do it to the Shimmer Cloak. I don't know, maybe I'm losing it. I'm losing the edge.
Yeah.
Dude, these players might actually draw. Unironically, it's possible. And that'd be really sad because neither of them would get a booster box.
Yeah. I thought this matchup was going to be very fast-paced, high-octane, but kind of a little bit more cool, calculated, and waiting for the right moment between both these players right now.
Okay, level up. Ornamental Greatsword. Oh, maybe he just has a Dream Fairy for the Verdant Slime.
Dream Fairy or a Zephyr can do. But we're grabbing the Sword of Seeking instead, so does not look like we're going for a lethal line.
Confusion. Very confusion. I just don't see it. I don't see where the line is right now. Part of me wants to say like living as long as possible for the 1-0, but like we're so far away from time that that's like completely unrealistic. Right? And then you have to respect that any lethal line can just be Covenant of Thorns as well.
Yeah, that is true. We still got to play around that Covenant of Thorns underneath that Grail, which the deck does not really run many options besides just Zephyr to be able to deal with that, and that's a one-turn answer. This one may be the door may be slowly closing for KCQ right here.
Swing 4 into Verdant. Verdant retaliates. Okay. Goodbye,
We
Power
got a
Cell. Goodbye, Verdant.
trade.
I'm so confused. What's next though? Like Dream Fairy, the Storm Slime is not great because the Ethereal Slime kills. Dream Fairy, the Ethereal Slime is decently good.
So the Dream Fairy is coming out like you were suggesting. Let's see which slime's gonna get told to go back to memory.
There's no way he picks Storm Slime. Yeah. Now the interesting thing is, does he kill the Storm Slime? Ah, one to face. Yeah. There's no point killing the Storm Slime. You don't want him to draw 2 cards.
Backup Charger is interesting with having no current cards in hand. Probably going to be setting up for next turn, so this might be a slight off turn, cooling down the Jets a little bit. As we were predicting here, gonna pass turn, 3 cards in hand, one of them being the Ethereal, 2 unknowns, setting up that Backup Charger. As KCQ goes ahead and brings out that Safeguard Amulet, not wanting to deal with another Storm Slime. Oh,
Ooh. Gather Slimes. How many cards does KCQ have in memory?
I believe 6.
So every card's in memory?
Yes, because they played Dream Fairy. Oh, actually, Dream Fairy and no, they should have 3 because they just played Dream Fairy.
Where's their hand?
Uh, I believe this Slime's Blessing was in response to Recollection, and so they sort of already grouped their hand and memory together. Oh, I'm totally lost. I lied. Dream Fairy already attacked, so the Slime's Blessing was in response to the Dream Fairy attack. So Casey had a whole grip of 7 in hand. And this is gonna be Burner's game to lose as we're getting into their next turn here. We have a Stone Skill. I'm gonna go ahead and be discarding some multiple copies, helping that redraw. There's no defensive options really on the side of Lorraine here. A Storm Slime might be the best option, but we're getting a fast activated Gaia Songbird, and we're hitting a Verdant Slime.
Songbird strong. Stone Skill Band strong. Also, I just realized, is there even an avatar of Gaia in the deck list?
There's not
Surely
an
there is. Okay.
avatar.
Or sorry, Gaia's Blessing. There is a
Gaia's
Gaia's Blessing.
Blessing?
Okay, there is a Gaia's
Yeah,
Blessing.
yeah.
I just don't know what I'm seeing here. Like there's no stall potential in the deck. He plays Gather Slimes, goes to 14. Like at this point, you should just scoop and try to win game 3, right? Am I crazy to say that? Like, how do you win the game as the Wind Robots player right now when you have no power cells on board and your damage is a Dream Fairy and a Lurking Assailant?
Look, yeah, I think you're correct. You have been locked out of the game. It's successfully been set up to where you can't feasibly deal enough damage, and so you have the advantage going into game 3 being the faster deck, and you can have an insane opener like you did in game 1. So I think it's for your own sanity not showing too much and avoiding the chance of making mistakes. You just go to the next game, reset your way of thinking, and hopefully draw well.
Maybe I'm looking at this wrong perspective wise. Maybe they don't care about going 4-0. Maybe they value just not losing.
It's not
because
about the box,
because
it's
there
about
is
the
a difference,
message.
right? Like, okay, so like let's say you're at an Ascent, right, where you have a 1.25 EP multiplier and a 1.1 Elo multiplier. If you lose Elo. If you draw, you maintain Elo and you gain 1 point. So maybe they just take like their like hyper competitive mindset and are applying it here. Because like if you think about the whole situation, you're like, well, if I play out game 2 and it goes for a really long time and they eventually beat me, we draw 1-1, right? There's no chance of losing game 3. But if you're hyper confident going for the win, you would scoop and go for game 3, right?
Yeah. This is used as a training ground for a lot of people. This may just be starting to prepare for Ascent Chicago. Uh, KCQ's just like, if this is my round 7 opponent, I'm playing it through no matter what. I'm not gonna scoop and risk the chance. I think it also helps in the long run of just playing against the slime deck to further your knowledge of instances you can do, lines your opponent's taking, and really help you know exactly uh, the do's and don'ts in any future matches.
Well, Guy's Blessings on the field, but the top card's not revealed. Thinking emoji. Conquering. The game state is currently not being upheld.
Call it now, ally or slime ally or slime card or
Unless it's
non-slime.
in response to Gaia's activation. I don't know. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. All right, well, he activated a Storm Slime. He definitely could have potentially seen one on the top of his deck, though. I'm going to go correct it. He said, my bad. I'm back. Hello.
Hello.
He said, my bad. You're right.
I'm glad we could escape that wreckage.
True, true. I still don't know how much that Storm Slime came in for. Was it just 5?
It looks like just 5. Lorraine's
There's no way it's
right.
just 5. It should come in for way more damage, right?
It should, because we banished 4 slimes with to get Guy's Blessing.
And there's at least 2 in there from... Because Storm Slime says slime cards. It doesn't say slime allies.
There we go. The math has math over on the visual side there, so
There
16.
we go, 16. Yeah. So that's what, Storm Slime for 10?
13. Unless this is already post swing damage. It's not post swing damage because we have an Innervated Agility coming out. So it was a Storm Slime for 13.
What the? Was that the second Storm Slime? Oh, that Innervated Agility for stealth?
For stealth, yeah.
What in the... What in tarnation? Huh. Okay.
What a risky play, not innervating the major damage source from the slime. Because on board, you only see about 5 points of physical damage, opposed to the 13 spell damage that came through. Could have saved you a whole another 8 HP.
I guess he just didn't want to lose any allies on board. But everything's stealth, so like, what can you actually lose ally-wise? Bro, is he actually gonna innervate Salt? That's crazy. That's crazy. There's no way. There's no way this is happening. There's no way, man.
I didn't realize
refuse
post
to believe it.
sideboard
There's
we
no
become a
way.
control deck. The taunt is now cleared and out of the way. Sylvie with only 11 effective HP currently. I don't
A
think...
million cards in hand. So let's see. Safeguard Amulet, Terrafring, 20 health. Safeguard Amulet does let you live through a Storm Slime. Gather slimes again.
The illusion of
Nope.
choice. We're getting a baby green.
Yup. Baby green, if you have a hand size, is pretty good though, because you could fast activate it into the stone scale band, which would be pretty good. He might just do it anyways. Might just like activate it now. Oh, Blissful Calling. He's digging so hard for the Storm Slime for lethal.
Oh, we should still have that top card revealed.
I think he's just trying to play really fast.
Yeah.
Blissful again. Oh my good god, there's the story. He's actually just digging to try so hard to find lethal right now.
And then we baby green the stone skill band to find another storm slime?
Yeah, probably. What am I watching?
I don't even know what's happening, what phase we're in.
We're I mean he's in main phase, so Blissful Calling has resolved, I think. He's both Blissful Callings have resolved.
Okay.
He's thinking about what to activate next.
He just dropped that storm slime though on the field.
Yeah, so Storm Slime's on the field. He just put the Blissful Callings on top of his champion. He's like, fuck it. Alright, banish the Safeguard Amulet. In response to Safeguard Amulet, Slime Eruption. Oh, there we go. That might be enough damage.
That's more than enough.
He has two.
Because that's 2.
So it's 2 damage before the Safeguard Amulet, which is good. So it pushes to 13, right? And then it also adds 2 more slimes to the damage. So it's like an effective 4 damage.
And we were already at 13 last Storm Slime, so that means we're at 15 damage from that Storm Slime trigger.
That's lethal, right?
Yeah. Did he? What? Storm Slimes? Did he Slime Eruption his own Storm Slimes?
Oh, he did! So he can banish to draw. He's gonna banish 4 cards and draw. Oh, so his Storm Slime does more damage.
More damage, yes.
Wait, that's so based.
Oh, wow.
That's actually Giga Brain. So he Storm Slime. Yeah, that's actually sick. So you banish both Storm Slimes, so you get cards in hand available again.
And Rose is coming in.
Fast activated Rose. Okay. So Songbirds are 2 damage or 1 damage?
I believe they're 1/2s. I'm gonna double check here to confirm.
They are 1/2s. They are 1/2s.
I really love Blissful Calling. It's one of my favorite champions.
It's happening. It's happening. We're stone scale banding.
This
Banish
is all
3.
still in response to Storm Slime resolving.
He's activating it, and then he's gonna Storm Slime.
No,
yeah, that's lethal. He got it.
That's beyond.
Oh my god, he actually got it, dude. That took everything. That took there was 3 Blissful Callings. There were 3 Gather Slimes. Like he went through every single card in his deck to find lethal there. That was crazy. That was crazy.
You thought you've seen it all until your opponent digs through, oh gosh, the top 20-ish cards for their Storm Slime. Just like that, we're going to be ending our round 4 in a 1-1 draw. Just
That
to
is
do,
well,
yeah, it kind of an intense finals we had here. For those of you who are still with us now, kind of a little recap of tonight's weekly. We started off round 1 with a Wind Crux against Wind to Norris, and that ended in a 1-1 draw. A very good matchup between both players. Round 2, what was round 2 again? It was
I don't remember. That round was so long. I don't remember. I think round 2 is Poro, right? It was Poro versus Wind
yes,
Allies. So round
water.
one is Jimmy on Wind Tony versus Wind Crux. Round
Yes.
2 is Poro versus Wind Allies. What was round 3? Fire Merlin versus something.
Tristan. Cave-in on
Tristan,
Tristan.
yeah, Cave-in. And then the last one was Slimes, Spirit of Slimes versus Wind Robots.
Wind
Dude, we saw
robots.
8 different decks today. That's crazy. That's
I
crazy.
love it.
Whoa. The diversity in the meta is so cool. It's really cool to see a lot of different things. Because like when we go to Ascent, it's not going to be, oh, everyone's playing Fire Merlin. It's just going to be like 10 bajillion things.
And you never know what's going to be sneaking into that top 32 cut and maybe even that top 8 cut as we get into the Ascent.
I was going to ask you what you would think about playing at Chicago, but
You
hmm.
know, we can't really give out any deck secret sauce
Or
out
yeah,
here.
we're kind of on stream. Giving out the sauce is not good.
For those who have followed my career in Grand Archive, I did very well at Ascent Houston with Water Lorraine back before.
Version?
What was that?
Was that the dispersion water, Lorraine?
No, so it was Water Lorraine Allies with
Whoa.
very unique take on it because it could get to level 3 for ghosts and oh gosh, another card that I'm blanking on my head. But yeah, it's a very awkward build, but super fun.
Lorraine is the best. I
100%.
actually really like Lorraine in current format because things like Idle Thoughts with Fractal of Rain, you have Icebound Slam exists, OnceInLuv exists. I don't know. Water Lorraine is just really cool right now. I think it's a really great thing. But yeah, overall, it was a great week. Fantastic. We got to see some great things. Sadly, in the last round, we do see a draw, so there will only be 2 people hitting the 4-0s. So big shout outs and congratulations to Cabin. I believe Cabin won. Let me double check it. Wait, it was a scoop.
A scoop?
It was a scoop. It
Interesting.
sounds like the winner was. It sounds like the winner was Burner, the slime player. So what I'm seeing in match results here was a 2-1. It was Cabin that won. Let me double check this. I think Cabin won 2-0, and Brightwing beat Poro 2-0. So there will be 3 winners.
Congratulations to those 3 players for going 4-0 in this weekly. That is awesome.
Yeah.
And all 3 on different decks, I believe.
True, actually true, because
Yeah.
every deck was different. Oh man, what a week. What a week. But yeah, so again, guys, reminder, Thursdays, every Thursday, come by, play locals. We do have an online regional on the 28th. So the 28th will be the Yeti online regional. It'll be in the morning. We'll be posting announcements about that soon. I believe there's also the Elusive League one, which is the Southeast Asia and Oceania one on the, if you're from North America like we are, I believe it's on Friday night at like 7 or 8 p.m. or something. It's pretty late, but you should be able to attend both if you want to give it a go. Other than that, thank you so much for joining me today, Valk. It was great to have you. I would be honored to have you again in the future and other times. I think it was great casting with you. Your knowledge of the game is spectacular. Your ability to kind of see things in decks, as well as like even just behavioral patterns of players, like the whole like reclaim thing in Caven's hand was like, I was like, yeah, it's true, it's true. I didn't really pay attention to that much stuff, especially on webcam, but. Yeah, it's relevant. It's relevant information. It's things that people will consider when they play, and also to take forward to their games at locals, regionals, store champs, etc. Speaking of which, store champ season, regional season. Hope you guys are doing well with that. Big shout out to Luxair's map. If you guys are looking for information on what's doing well at certain regionals, what's doing well at the really big store champs, you can always check it out there. But any last things before we end the stream?
Oh, I just want to thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. It's been amazing. And I want to thank everyone out there watching. I hope you all enjoyed our commentary, these games, and we just want you to continue supporting Grand Archive because the more of us out here means the more stuff like this we can do.
Also, if you want Mortal Ambition pre-orders are open at Yeti now. So be sure to check out their website, pre-order from Yeti, because if you can't find it at your locals, you can come find it at your online locals.
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you guys so much, guys. We'll see you next week. Be well. Play more Grand
Bye.
Archive. Peace.